my god! That wasn't that scary. Wait, am I not doing the right one? No, I think it's the right one. Okay, we're fine. That wasn't that scary. Paula sent me, said he's been creeping through the windows. We're calling the cops. You kids lock every door and hide in your room. Don't answer the door no matter what he does. Can I open the front door? Oh, I can't even leave!
Tastes of rot and sour milk. Your stomach lurches, but your loins tingle. Was that arousal?
Do I smell beef?
In amongst the rot is an unmistakable sweetness.
Why does she say it like that? Where's the beef?
The meat is charmed. Carcass continues to leak.
Sup once more upon the flesh. Beef. Where's the beef? that delectable Githyanki roast beef.
Cramp, your stomach churns,
I
and your
smell like
nerves
beef.
burn with pain that would almost be pleasurable were it not so savage.
All right then, mate. Yeah, you're all right.
All right, water of safety. Shut up, Barrington! Wait, you see the teeth? He's about to erupt? Okay. All right, chat. Should I punch him? Aim a blow at the human, try to knock him flat on his back? Oh, okay, chat. Sorry, I'm not gonna ask you. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna punch him on his ass. All right, we're inspired, right? Please tell me that I'm inspired. Oh, thank God. Because I'm gonna punch you on your ass, Aridin. Woo! Zevlar. Astarion. A classic. And Minthara. Halson and Shart. Alright, you guys ready? Are you guys ready for the best moment of the entire, like, 100-hour game we're gonna have? Again!
Goblins have found us. No doubt.
Shart!
We need to
Shadowheart!
immediately.
Happy Monday! We did it! Yeah! Guys, I just got so tired. Holy crap. I was so okay, and now I'm just so tired. Oh my god, hello. Happy Monday! Who is first today? Spade system. First, one-handed ginger. Not first, Rooster. Caca! Mwah! Mr. Ware. Mwah! JPEX. Mwah! Rooster! With the 3-stream streak. Thank you so much for watching 3 streams in a row. What the hecky? Danger Dan. Mwah! Canary. Mwah! English. Mwah! And then, for your knee. Mwah! Jinx. Mwah! BJA. Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kisses. Yeah, English. Oh my god, I'm just like... So English posted a injury that they got in the Discord, and like Mira and I are just like, that can happen to you? So, yeah, thanks a lot. Also, welcome in, Catboy Nico. Welcome in. Happy Monday, everybody. Hi, Panda Pants. Hi, Canary. What's up, Rooster? What's up, Mr. Ware? Hi, everybody. Hi, Space System. Everyone say hello to Space System. Mama J. Mwah. Cobalt. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. Is that the amazing gorgeous pixel? Not me. It's my favorite Overwatch streamer. Let's go! Oh, you know what? Let me open up the game really quickly too, because I'm gonna have the game playing like over here in the background. So it's like we're playing Overwatch, but I'm gonna be doing my sponsor segment with Gunnar first. But I'll have Overwatch open so that we can like what was it? What did he say? Like fudge it, I suppose. Jasper, now why are you there? Now why are you there, sweet summer child? Why do you have to go everywhere where you're not supposed to go? You do see him. You do see him. Good. Good. I'm going to see him. Does this mean I'm going to have to hear the game the entire time? Can I, like, turn off audio? Yeah, because I don't want to hear the game in the background of my head the entire time. Options. Sound. Alright, cool. Sound on 0. Alright, cool. And then we'll just go back to the home menu. Alright, someone remind me that my sound's on 0 when I actually go to play. Because that's going to be really funny when I forget about that. Hello, plunging neckline. Oh, it's really hot today, guys. It's really hot. Week 3 of HRT. How are you feeling, Jinx? I would have said something else, but I will not while Gunnar. That's right. Gunnar's not here yet. You're right. We haven't started yet. Excuse me. Forza Horizon 6 officially drops in 5.5 hours, and you don't have Game Pass? Oh man. I actually just got Game Pass for the first time in like years because they added it as a Discord Nitro benefit. Damn, I'm so sorry. Your sound's on 0. Thanks. It's really hot today. It is really hot. Kaya, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Week 3 of titty patches. That's funny. And technically, you guys could say, for the most part, you guys could say whatever you want. For the most part. Jasper, I gotta take a picture of you. You are so fudging cute. Can you just stay right where you are, mister? You're so cute. Oh, he's sitting. So I have my box of Gunnar glasses right here. And he's just laying on top of all of them. Just laying on all of them. Like a little bitch. Also, before Gunnar joins us, we gotta pick a G Fuel flavor. I kind of want to do the strawberry grape flavor again, because that was really good. Alright. I'm gonna do a poll. I'm gonna do a polole poll. You guys pick for me. What G Fuel for the day? Oh my god, words are hard. Strawberry grape. Nuka cherry. Sour gummy worms. Yummy! I love sour gummy worms. Now let's do one more. What was that one? Candy apple. Candy apple. We'll do 2 minutes. Alright, guys, tell me what G Fuel to drink. Booze the breast, he is Cobalt! PC Game Pass is so worth it. I think that's what I have for the Discord Nitro. So shout out for Discord Nitro. Finally starts to benefit me. Escape. Mwah. Little gun. Mwah. Think of the forehead kisses. You can say what you want so long as it's good things about Gunnar. Gunnar and me have beef, so I'll be silent. I understand, Panda Pants, although the mystery box is back in stock again. I wanted to cry over dropping a Lego set. Yay! Oh, that is good! I will be 6 years of taking girl juice. Wow! That's awesome, Kaya.
20-month high PE.
Mystic! Holy! Thank you for the 20 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and add your sub badge. The polole. Yeah. Doing polls while I'm injured. Wait around my face. Yeah, okay. Supernova! Mwah. YBZ. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. Hi, YBZ! I'm about to fight the brain. No, you didn't. Shut the front door. Also, thank you for the 40 stream streak. Wait, for your honor mode, right? What build are you doing, or is it the same build? No way. Hi, Tenna. Tenna. Thank you for the forehead kiss. No way. I don't think I fought Raphael in my honor mode. I'm pretty sure I skipped everything that I possibly could in every boss battle, but like I did small things to level up. Because I think I didn't get to the highest level. What's the highest level in Baldur's Gate? I don't remember anymore. Was it 12? I was like the one level below max level. 12? Okay, so now it was 11 when I did the brain. Because I was just like, I'm just gonna blow up Gale anyway, so I don't give a fuck. I just took every like potion of invisibility that I could. I just had one person get up to the top, and then I got to the cutscene, and I like, you know. So yeah, that part wasn't so bad at all, right? Sour gummy worms? 12 votes for sour gummy worms? You guys are my people. You guys are my people. Oh. Yes. Love sour gummy worms. I'm a Gloomstalker assassin to have Light Domain Cleric Shart, Champion Fighter Lae'zel, and Berserker Barbarian Karlak. You and I had completely different builds because I'm pretty sure I was a wizard and I had Gale as a wizard too, and I just relied solely on spells the entire time. That's so funny. You voted for Fallout? Honestly, I would have been happy with anything you guys voted for. But it is really funny that you guys got 12. Or there was 12 people. Mystic, of course. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. I think I missed after your resub. I'm so sorry. PixelxKitten. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I missed yours too. I'm sorry. I don't know how to read. I dropped out of college. Can we all agree that Astarion is the literal breast character from BG3? No. No, we cannot. I killed a spectator solo in 1 turn with my Tav. I get 8 attacks in 1 turn. Oh, because of the Gloomstalker. That is... Oh, if you ambush? Oh, hell yeah. See, yeah, I didn't do that. I just relied all on trying to beat all of, like, everyone in, like, 3 turns because I used my potions of speeds. And just did that. Used potion of speed and just tried to make sure I killed everybody before my potion of speed made me lose a turn. I was a Fiend's Lock Tav, Ancients, Pally, Karlak, Assassin, Astarion, and War Cleric. I would have to pull up my honor mode save file to see what everyone was, but I'm pretty sure I left everyone like pretty basic. Is that bad? Sushi guy! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Karlak is boo in every playthrough. Real. I'm sorry, guys. I know I'm more Gale for me, but Gale's my boy. More for me though. I don't know how that happens, but sorry, Shadowheart, I'm not saving your parents. This is honor mode. Oh yeah, sorry. Oops. 5 Gloomstalker Ranger, 5 Assassin, Rogue 2 Fighter 1. Wait, 5 Gloomstalker Ranger, 5 Assassin, Rogue 2 Fighter, 1 War Cleric. I know how to read. What's up, Sushi Guy? Oh, thanks, Cobalt. You're so hot and talented and handsome. Oh, it's 5, 4, 2, 1. Well, which is it? I'm joking. Ooh, let me change my Guffle of the day really quickly. Bum 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 na 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 na. Is sour gummy worms. Ugh, I love sour gummy worms so much. Also, before we jump into the Gunnar segment, don't forget that the G Fuel BOGO is still going on. Also, so I don't know what's going on with Opera GX, because on Friday's stream, it said we had 67 people signed up. On Saturday, it said we had 67 people signed up. But then when I open it today, it says we have 108. So where did these 41 people come from? So I'm not sure if there's just like, thank God, 67. I'm not sure if there's just like a delay, maybe on weekends or something, or what, but I'm gonna ask Opera GX if there was like, cause like I'm not sure if those are authentic, you know. I literally just posted it for the first time on Twitter. Besides that, I've only shared it on stream or on Discord. I just shared it on Twitter, like on my going live tweet. So I'm gonna ask if that's like legit, cause I don't want them to think like I'm like cheating or anything, cause I would like to keep being sponsored by them. You know what I mean? But if this is true, if we're at 108, we are very, very close to the 150 needed for the Resident Evil Requiem giveaway. So that's very cool. Jello, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Sushi Guy, did I do yours? Just in case I didn't. Did I do my go for the day? Yes. Okay, cool. Yippee! All right. Let's see if Gunnar's here. I haven't changed my audio over yet because I still have to do that mess when I do. What am I doing? StreamYard. Streamladder. No, StreamYard. Oh, I have a bone to pick with Streamladder. They charged me twice for my year subscription, and I found out while I was doing taxes, so I have to hit them up and be like, you charged me twice, and I'm not okay with that, so I'm gonna raise, like, quite the fucking hell with them, because it's not the first issue I've had a Streamladder before being, like, really suspicious and pissing me off, so. Yippee! Nikki, mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. The Opera GX is so amazing. I agree. I absolutely agree. Every bone like skeleton Sam. Wait, Nikki, I just did your kissy. Okay, I was like, wait, did I do your kissy? Ooh, that was my butt, Jasper. Okay, mommy's wearing shorts. Okay, you can't be doing that. Freak. Okay. Anybody want a cat? It moves. I don't know the half. I gotta order another BOGO since they brought back JJK. Wait! Wait! Like, wait. Sorry, how many times can Pixel say wait? No. Like, Sakuda's finger? You want Jasper? He's all yours. I was at one tab left, so I ordered. I saw! You posted in Discord, right? They have JJK 2.0! What? No, wait. So I have the fruity black tea, which is one of my favorite flavors that has ever existed ever in my entire life, ever. I love Sakuna's finger. And then they have strawberry colada in the 2.0. And they have the Black Flash raspberry lemonade, which is just hype sauce, in 2.0. They have Devil Hunter! They're brand... I am gagged right now. I'm so mad I didn't know this. Well, it probably would help if I would respond to my partner manager once in a while. Chloe! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Okay, we could do this. Test for lunch. No. Alright. Oh, put my music back on. So, if you guys want to see the, my little nutmeg. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. They have Sakuna's finger and the 2.0. I was gonna do this, by the way, if anybody wants to shop with it. If I had to pick any recommendations, I would say Sakuna's finger 2.0, Devil Hunter 2.0, Rasengan 2.0, and pick the whatever one you want. What's up, Chaotic? Chaotic, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Everyone say hi, raiders. Yo, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. We're currently looking at the G Fuel buy one get one free flavors right now because apparently they just added a shite ton more of the 2.0 formula. Oh, you know what? Did they add? Oh, they have Jawbreaker candy, but do they have the strawberry banana 2.0? Because that would be my 4. Stream was fun. Hell yes! What were you up to? What were you doing on stream today? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, guys. Pixel. What's up, Mr. Ware? What flavor is it? What flavor is what? Which one? I was playing Mafia, the Old Country. I've never heard of that. Do I know that one? Do I know Mafia? I don't think so. Did you have fun? Did you have the best time ever? How was your Monday? Happy Monday, everybody. Or Tuesday if you're in the future. Happy Future Tuesday. Yeah, we're looking at... Oh, I'm so excited that Sakuna's finger is back. And 2.0 formula. Oh, no, you're so good, Mystic. It is called Fruity Black Tea. Probably one of my favorite flavors that has ever existed ever. Yeah, Fruity Black Tea. Also, W Jim. Yeah. And I don't think there's any other flavor that is Fruity Black Tea. I don't think there's any other flavor. Like, you know, like Strawberry Colada. I think there's a couple other flavors like that. Raspberry Lemonade, that's just hype sauce. They recently remodeled it? No way! I would love to stay, but this girl's gotta get her butt to bed. Have a good night, Jinxie! Everyone say good night, Jinx. Thank you so much for hanging out. Yes! I had chat vote in the poll on what I should drink today. And only one person voted for a Dimension Drip. Oh, here. Only one person voted for a Dimension Drip. Only one person voted for Fallout, Nuka Cherry. And 12 people voted for sour gummy worms. So, sour gummy worms is the flavor of the day. How tea is Sakuna's finger? Like, are you asking, like, if it's, like, bitter? It's fruity. It's definitely more fruity than bitter. I wouldn't say it's bitter at all. I would not to drink it and be like, this is tea. Like, It's just as tea as, like, Snapple is tea, you know? Also, hi, Mira. Mwah. They go the forehead kiss. See, everyone say hello to Mira right now. But this is going to be the 2.0 formula, so I don't know what it's going to taste like, because it's going to taste different. Not, like, bad, in a bad way. Different in a good way. I'm excited. Because Teabagger is Nuka-Cola 2.0, and this one tastes better and different than the Nemesis tea. I love Nuka Cherry. Nuka Cherry is so good. It makes me so happy. Hi, Mira! Mira, how was your weekend? Also, Chaotic, don't make me keep you if you need to go raid and run. Thank you so much for the raid. If you need to go raid and run, please get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco, pika, puka, stretch, or drink. But seriously, thank you so much for the raid. That is so sweet of you. I hope you enjoyed your mafia. Meow, 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 meow. I gotta stop singing along to the songs because I keep forgetting that my songs don't come up when I do my VODs. I have so many projects to catch up on. Yippee, going back to college was a mistake. How many more, like, college credits or semesters or years do you need left, Mira? Can't relate. I dropped out. I'm not a T fan, but I trust your judgment. Well, I mean, I don't want to, like, say get it and then, like, you hate it, you know? But I really love it, and it's very fruity-y. Just one more year. Shut the front door. So, like, so summer 2027 is what you're saying? What's your favorite ABBA song and why is it Chiquita? I would have to listen to that.
Go on. Give him a nibble.
Boop.
What the heck? Mr. Rick, thank you for the 200 bits. You want a boop? Come here. Do you want a boop? Okay. You're gonna get booped. You're gonna get booped. Boop. Okay. Oh, your pore is so big. From another Mr. Had to come show everyone. You are so sweet, Chaotic. Wait, Chaotic. That was rude. Wait, Chaotic, give me your top 3 G Fuel flavors. Give me your top 3. Yo, what happens if Ramoon Melon gets a 2.0 formula? Am I just going to throw out every other G Fuel that I have and just only drink that? Because I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the Gundam one to get a 2.0 formula. Okay, I bet if I heard it, I would be like, oh yeah, that's the one. Peppa B. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissing. Everyone say, hi, Peppa. I couldn't help but notice, but no one said hello to Mirapa. Everyone tell Mirapa how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. But if you say so, open up wide. Oh, my Lanta. Mango lemonade, blue ice, and hype sauce. Blue ice would be top. Oh, man. I don't even know anymore. I'd say definitely top 10 for me. Thank you, Mama JC. It's probably my favorite. That's why I keep you around. So, for all intents and purposes, I should love mango lemonade. I love mango. I don't like lemonade. But I like lemons. But I remember I gave that flavor away. I gave that tub away, so I was like, eh. It just was mid to me. I wanted to like it. But I don't know, I just didn't. But hype sauce is good. Hype sauce is always good. But again, it's another one that's just like, I'll drink it. But if I had to pick, oh god, if I had to pick my top 3 right now, but I'm looking at you, Sakuna's Finger 2.0, but I'm not gonna say it because I haven't tried it yet. If I had to pick my top 3 right now, do I have to? That's so hard. Nuka Cherry would probably be up there. Tetris Blast 2.0 might be up there too. Unk? I don't know if she's top 3 though. She's so good though. She'd be top 5 or top 10. I don't know if she'd be top 3. Oh man. Nuka Cherry, Tetris Blast. Man, I might have to say sour gummy worms. I don't know. Onions and waffles? Oh, it's so crazy! You said that! I don't know. This is so hard. You know what? Curse whoever asked me that. It was me. I know. But still. Man, that's hard. Because I really like the strawberry grape too. Try pink. I have not done that. I need to try pink trip and milk. Pink lemonade? I don't like that one either. I'm so lame. I don't like lemonade stuff. But I love Nemesis tea. My all-time fave is the bending ink machine one. The bending ink machine is so good. Do you expect any less of me? That's fair, Chloe. I just like those shorts so cute. Oh, thank you! They're from Hot Topic from like 10 years ago. Shinobi, mwah, Ban, mwah. Thank you for the 4 head kisses. Also, Pepper Me, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Thank you so much! What the hell? Oh, Werewolves of London. I gotta remember to say Werewolves of London, not Werewolves of Thunder. Because that's not how it goes. There was perfect. Boop. Oh, thank you! Oh, you know what? Sushi Guy, you're so smart. I should make that an alias. I'm gonna do that right now because you are so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Ugh, that's why I keep you around, Sushi Guy. HT. That's so smart. Oh my god, Hot Pocket is a command alias. That's funny. HT. That's very funny. Wait. Hot Pocket. I don't know if I did that or if someone else did that. That's funny though, eh? Tyrannic. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 head kissy. Oh, and thank you for the 7th stream streak. Is that Werewolves of Thunder? No, it's Werewolves of London. But I always used to sing Werewolves of Thunder. That's so funny. Everyone and their mother just thinks it's Werewolves of Thunder, but it's Werewolves of London. I didn't know that. Wait, Dark. Wait, which one is that one? Dark had out tea. Which one is that one? Is that an anime one? I don't know a lot of anime names. Oh, Hibiscus! Oh! Good evening, Duncan. Good evening. Also, thank you for the 4 head kiss. Oh! Alright, let me change my audio over. Hold on. Give me like 10 seconds, guys. Alright, you guys can hear me now, right? Because you guys should hear me and Gunnar should be able to hear me now, right? Oh, let me turn this off. There we go. Okay. Cool! Okay. Oh, whatever, Yummy! Whatever! Think of the 5 stream streak! Yes! Okay, cool. Find what they see. Cool. We're not live with them yet, but we will be soon. That doesn't have a bunch of stores closed. Oh my god, yeah, that's gonna be the challenge, Logan. I'm sorry if I missed anyone's message. I'm just going up. I learned something new today. I'm glad. Honestly, Sushi Guy, every time someone tells me that they haven't, or that they thought it was Werewolves of Thunder instead of Werewolves of London, I like, an angel gets their wings, because I literally for all my life thought it was Werewolves of Thunder until I went to add it to my Spotify playlist, like, I don't know, in 2021, whenever I made this playlist, and it said Werewolves of London. I was like, that's what it is? And so, today I learned, TIL. Also, new day. Mwah, thank you for the 4 head kissy. Reskin to Hibiscus. Oh, yeah, I don't think I had that reskin because I just had like just the regular Hibiscus. Man, I still need to film. I still need to finish editing that video of me mixing all my G Fuel flavors together, guys, from December. I still need to finish editing that because all my G Fuel stuff is like still like in its boxes. Just waiting for me to finish just filming or editing. There's a little bit of filming I need to do, which is why I'm just so lazy. Ugh. Guys, there's so much stuff I have to do. I had a really busy weekend. It was a great weekend, but it was so busy. I didn't do anything, like, work-related, pretty much. I had a really great weekend. I celebrated Mother's Day with my mother yesterday. Took her out to this, like, really dope antique store. And then told her, buy whatever you want. And she spent, like, no money. So mad at her. It was like, spend more. Oh, whatever. And then my brother paid for lunch. We went to Sushi Station. I've never been to Sushi Station before. So that was very, very exciting. If you could change one thing in the world today, what would you change? One thing, only one thing. You know, I'll be nice about this. I'll be nice. Because there's a couple knee-jerk, like, mean things I could say. If I could change one thing, I just wish people would be more compassionate. I think if everyone in the world had a little bit more compassion, not just for fellow man, but also, like, for, like, animals, the world, and things like that. I think if people had more compassion and, you know, empathy, I think if the world was a little bit more autistic, we would have a better world. It's the 25th anniversary. Is this year the 25th anniversary of Shrek? Ugh. Oh my god. I gotta stop talking about G Fuel when we go live with Gunnar. So I'm gonna get it all out while I can. But I don't know if you've ever seen my shaker that I got from the collector's editions of the Shrek one, but he's missing an eyebrow, and he's my favorite thing that's ever existed. Like, I don't even want, like, a real one. I'm so happy with whatever this is. So, yeah, he's like my pride and joy. Welcome to a normal week for me. So much to do, never enough time. Yeah, that's been my life ever since I started doing this full time. I'm changing the fact that there isn't a lot of malls. Oh, really? That's what you would do? I don't know, chaotic, right? I don't know what happened to his eyebrow, but I never got one. So, I think Tom Faulty made a joke once, and his joke was that if I ever got to 10,000 Twitch subscribers, that he would shave off one of his eyebrows like Shrek. He said it, not me. You know what? If I ever had 10,000 Twitch subscribers, maybe he could convince me to shave off one of my eyebrows too. Because that's 10,000 subscribers. That's a lot of subbies. That's a lot of money to shave off one eyebrow. I think the most difficult part would be having to draw it on and be symmetrical to your real eyebrow. Maybe I'll just shave them both off. Also, we are officially starting with our Gunnar segment! So now you guys can say hi, Gunnar Optics. Let's pin this message, let everyone know that we are live with Gunnar. Cool beans. Yeah! You know, I like that, Sushi Guy. Hi, Gunnar! We are officially live with Gunnar Optics. Guys, use code PIXEL2025 to save 15% off your Gunnar purchase. Or they do have mystery boxes back. $15. $15 for mystery box glasses. And I'm not sure if there's a limit. I think you can just go. Also, I do have Overwatch in the background. We are going to play Overwatch later. And there are currently Twitch drops, so you guys are going to be like getting Twitch drops while we're yapping about Gunnar in the meantime. So, yippee. Oh, shoot, I need to pull my stream up. I want to get my Twitch drops too, guys. We have to watch for like 10 hours in order to get all the drops, which is, what was it, like a season 2 loot box, right? Gee, oh, I can't say that loud. But yeah, oh my god, vending machines, that'd be so fun. I think that'd be so dope, Chaotic. Hell yeah. Because I know, like, they're in dollar stores, but they're, like, not in a vending machine. Interesting. A Goomy. I want to catch a Goomy. 10-hour stream. Yeah, okay, so anyways. I'm joking. Because my cat... Oh, really? It won't? I wouldn't even know how to help you with that. I thought it was more. I don't know. You already have the 10 hours? Sweat. Well, I guess the drops have been available for a while. What's up, Skyhawks Gaming? Oh, today is day 8 of me going without soda, by the way. Fun fact. Oh, really? Cool. So they're probably good at this video. Probably good at the video game, unlike me, right? Yippee! Yeah, today was day 8 of me not drinking soda. Like, I'll probably have a soda, I don't know, sometime. But I just wanted to see if I could go a week without it. Sorry, my throat was killing me right now. It was really dry last night. Shabby, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Brad, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. I still been eating as much as I can. Oh, I eat a lot. I love food. Yeah, that's Jasper. We know the real reason why you guys watch this channel. It's because my cat. How are we all? I'm doing fantastic, Brad. How are you doing? How was your weekend? He's a top 20 tank. No way! That's really impressive. More water, but I enjoy my soda and monsters too much. Yeah, I'm a soda guy, but after this week, I'm not. Could bring back sparkling. Oh my god, I still have bottles of that. I can't show them right now, but I still have bottles of that. I'll never open them because I'm sure they're like really bad. Because they're like significantly past their best buy. But I have like the Thor Love and Thunder ones, and I have a couple other ones too. I think another Marvel one, I don't remember. And it's because it's all linked to my Outlook, and I have all photos there since. Oh! So you can't link your Overwatch because you have photos of your phone? How does that make sense? I don't know. I'm not a smart man. Oh, really? What did you think? Music Kid saw the new Devil Wears Prada movie, and he loved it. Hi, Music Kid! No, Chloe, I don't blame you. Remy, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. What's up, Lobster? Lobster, happy Monday or Tuesday, depending on your time zone. Lobster, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Yeah, Music Kid, I thought it was so funny that Brad mentions Devil Wears Prada, and then boom, hello, everybody. I really want to see that movie, but I'm going to wait for it to be on streaming, I think. You're good? I'm doing very well. I'm a little tired, but, like, not at the same time. Like, I feel like mentally I'm okay, but my body's just like, ugh. I had a really busy weekend. But, oh, okay, so I was telling you guys about the antique shop that I went to with my mom, my brother, and my sister-in-law yesterday. And I got the cutest... Yes! I don't know if I have that one still, though, Chaotic. I don't think I have that one. But I love that one. I think I drank those all. Damn. Oh, really, Logan? Just make a new email with your account. Nuh-uh. I wanted the little purse they were giving out for popcorn buckets when my theater was sold out. Oh, I'm sure you could check eBay and get it for like twice the price. I'm joking. How does Anne Hathaway not age? Like, she looks so sad. That entire cast looks so good. I've been seeing so many pictures online. Yeah, I bet. I bet Music Kid, I'm sorry. It was very good, I heard. No way! Music Kid, I'm so proud of you. Yeah, ever since I got back into Pokemon cards, my credit card debt has skyrocketed, so. Alms for the poor! Hey, guys, who wants to buy Gunnar Optics today? I get commission every time someone buys something while I'm streaming. So yeah, reminder, if anybody makes a purchase while I'm live, we get commission while we're live, whether you use my code or not. So if you guys ever want to get mystery glasses, do it while I'm live. With Gunnar. Oh, I just rolled D20. You wouldn't believe that I got a crit one, right? You wouldn't believe it? Oh, do you guys want to see my new dice? Guys, they're Pokeballs. Aren't they so cute? So this is my second ever dice set for Dungeons & Dragons. The first set was gifted. It was a Lord of the Rings dice set, and these are Pokeballs. They're so cute. Someone tell me not to put them in my mouth. I want to put them in my mouth. Yeah, I love them very much. I just rolled a critical fail though, so. Yippee. Also, Shabby, thank you for the 90 stream streak. What the fudge? Sweat. You started Mother's Day with your mom? That's so cute. Does your mom like the movie Two Spades? I'm too blind. What? Ayo? Wait, what are we AOing? I forgot. I don't remember what I said. Guys, oh my god. There was an old captions I used to use back in the day. I think Music Kid remembers it. I don't remember what they were called though. I think they were just called stream captions. And I loved that website so much because whenever I forgot, oh, that's right, Music Kid. Okay, sorry, that's what we're talking about. Thank you. But whenever I would forget what I was talking about because I have the attention span of a goldfish, I would literally just pull up my stream captions website where it captures all my captions, and I would just scroll up and see what I said. And then I would just reread. I miss the old stream captions so much because of that. I think it ended like what 2022 or 2023 or something, right? Oh, thank you, Sushi Guy. Yeah, I forgot. Sorry, I choked. To be fair, I say that about a lot of things, Sushi Guy, right? Yeah, I'm the reason why they say do not eat. But I just want to put it in my mouth. Yeah, I'm really excited about these dice. So next Dungeons and Dragons session, maybe I'll use my new Pokeball dice. But I think they're just super cute. And they're really similar to my Lord of the Rings ones, which I love. But I'm going to have to get like a cute like little holder for them. Because my Lord of the Rings ones come in this like little case, which are super cute. My little Eye of Sauron dice. But these are just like a little baggie. And we could do better than that, right? So I'm going to have to look into... Maybe I could find some on Amazon. Oh! Speaking of Amazon, sorry. I have so many topics to touch on before we start diving into trying on glasses for Gunnar. But, alright. And I do have a bone to pick. Because someone gave this to me anonymously. So, sometime last week, at like midnight, I get an email from Throne. The wish list, Throne wish list thing. And they go, oh, someone bought you a gift. I'm just like, what do you mean someone bought me a gift? I'm not live. Hi, Loki. Everyone say, hi, Sultan Loki. And I know what this is because, you know, the email tells you what it is. But these were gifted to me from Anonymous. So whoever Anonymous was, thank you. What the hell? Loki. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. And now these are shoes. I'm really, really nervous because shoes, you know, they're hit or miss. But I went with a size that I have big feet. So these size 11 shoes for ladies. Ladies 11. I'm hoping they fit. I've never needed a 12. So, we shall see. Alright, Jasper, you want this box? Oh, you know, I should have put the box on stream so you guys can see him sit in it. Here. There you go. I can sit in the box now. Hi Loki. Loki, happy Monday. Hope you had the best weekend ever. You're a 13? Yeah, I'm a 9 men's, 11 women's. Oh, whoa! Look at them! Fun fact, these have actually been on my wish list for a minute. Oh, she's missing one already. That's alright. Honestly, the fact that it came with one missing is kind of good for me. Because usually if these are too perfect, I won't wear them or use them. Oh, it looks like they've been returned once. Because look, these are all out of their bag and everything. That's alright. As long as they're not gross, we should be fine. But, oof, let's try them on. I'm actually really glad that there is a spike missing, because then I'm more inclined to wear them. Are we really, Loki? Yeah. What's up, Toad? Oh, the emo is so cute. I love frogs. Oh my god, I love frogs so much. Is there anything else in there? No. Ooh, they smell like new shoes. Oh, they smell like shoe shops. You guys know. Oh, they smell so good. Oh, I hope they fit. Oh, I hope they fit. Alright, let me take off my rings. Alright. Please fit! There's no zippers or nothing, so we'll see. This isn't the best outfit for this. I should have thought about that. I bet you have super tiny feet, Spades. Oh. My right foot is bigger than my left foot, and the right foot's in. That's what I saw, too. Ugh, Loki. I'll check tomorrow. Woohoo! Eee! Look at these stompers! Ooh! Can we put them on the boo bed? So you guys can see them in the boo bed camera? Ooh! Oh, what do you think, boo? Spiky. These are... Okay, I lied. These actually kind of go with the outfit a little bit, right? These are so cute! Wow. Wow. Oh, I'm so happy they fit. I'm glad I did an 11, because if it was a 10, they would not have fit. Oh, these are lovely. I don't want to take them off, though. I'll leave them on for now. Well, thanks, Anonymous. These are so dope. I'll make sure to take a picture and put them on Twitter. Oh, what am I going to do with my Pokemon Crocs? Shut up, chat. New Shuey unlocked. Now take a... No, I am not going to take a Shuey out of these. Nuh-uh. Really? Oh, you're so tiny, Spades. Loki, thank you for the 15th stream streak. Hi, Dangos. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, do your thing, Shabby. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You still have, like, a bunch of time. Like, I'll be... Give me, like, an hour and, like, what, 45 minutes? I gotta do the Gunnar stuff for a while. I don't know if we'll play games while we're live with Gunnar. We'll see. We'll see. Hi, Dangos! No, it was funny, Chloe. I didn't even think about that. To be fair, this would be a good shape shoe for a shoey. Just because I use my Vans, and the Vans are, like, hard to drink out of. But these are so dope. Oh, there is that cloth here, so no, that would be bad. Either way, I'm not going to use them anyway. Also, don't look too closely at my legs. I haven't shaved my legs in, like, a while, so. Don't look too closely! But the shoes are super comfortable. You guys hear me stomping? You guys hear that? Oh, man. I love them so much. I wish I knew who did that. Thank you so much, Anonymous. That's so nice. It's really heckin' nice. Oh! It's like Lisa Frank! No, don't look too closely, Sushi Guy! Oh, okay. Well, that worked out really well. It didn't. It spilled everywhere. Don't do it! What else? What else was on my agenda to speak about with you today? Pogo. Gunnar. Oh, Pokemon cards! Do you guys want to open up a pack of Pokemon cards before we start opening, or looking at some Gunnar stuff? Yes? Mira's like, yes? Something on my PC is, like, flashing. And it's making me worried that my PC is going to shut off. Alright. We have... Wait, what is that flashing? It's the chat box is flashing. Not the telescope! No! Spades. Think of the forehead, kissy. We have 2 packs of Phantasmal Flames and 2 packs of Destined Rivals. Let me shuffle them. Shuffle them. Shuffle. Shuffle. Alright. Phantasmal, Destined, Phantasmal. Alright, so we're gonna open a pack of Phantasmal Flames, and then we'll start looking at some Gunnar glasses. Yeah, deal? Oh, wait. I can't use my zoom-in scene because my microphone isn't on that scene. Or the Gunnar mic is on that scene. So we're just gonna have to pretend like we could all see. So everyone squint. Let's see. Oh, she's gotta sit so close to the screen. Okay. You guys can see that, right? You guys can see that? Tuxel! Oh yeah, you guys didn't bless them! I forgot! Thank you, Sushi Guy. Lotad. Prinplop. Pomo. Meloetta. Jumbo ice cream, holy shite. A Gliscor. A Carvana. A Bramblegast. And a Flygon! I already have all these cards already. That's right. I do like Flygon. Flygon's like, what, top 25 Pokemon for me. It's alright. It's alright. Not the greatest packs. Alright. Let's move all of you out of the way. Because I still had the Pokemon cards from the other day. Still here. No, Jasper, no! Stop it! bad boy. I suffer for all eternity. That was Phantasmal Flames, right? Yeah, okay. Alright. Pokemans! Yeah, Jumbo Ice Cream. Wait, I should read. What does that card even do? Heal 80 damage from your active Pokemon that has 3 or more energy attached. That's so good! What's up, Guns? Guns, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, there was a Pikachu? Man. Heal 80 damage from your active Pokemon that has 3 or more energy attached to it. Oh my god. I actually, not used to. I very recently was playing the original Pokemon trading card game, like, from the Game Boy Color. And, this card is great, actually. Sushi guy, I agree. Guys, thank you for the 7 streak! What the hell? That's so cool. Thank you for 7 streams! I love the emote too. It's a cute emote. Alright. Maria. So, these 3 glasses. Nope, not this one. Okay. Well, 2 out of these 3 glasses were from my last mystery box sale. Gift. So they just entered my address and then sent me like mystery box glasses. But they didn't pick it no special ones for me. They just like gave me whatever. So the first one is the Cruise in the kid size. And it is notably like you can tell that these are like kid size. But I mean, they're not too bad. I marinated 2-inch thick T-bone steak in a shawarma marinade and just grilled it up on my roof. It turned out phenomenal. Shut the front door. So are you having us all over for dinner or what, Panda Pants? Or what? So they're like noticeably a teeny. Oh. So this is what a kid size looks on an adult. Jasper, so cute. Oh, you want him? Why don't you get in your box, honey? Because this is in here. He's not as much of a box sitter as he is a box eater. He loves to eat boxes. Jasper likes to eat box. I'm sorry. Ayo! I'm sorry. What was I saying? Oh, he likes the paper. Can you decide on what you like? I just want you on camera, Jasper. I know what the people want. Yeah, he likes the paper. Me too. Balthazar likes to sit in his spot. Oh, and Midnight. Balthazar and Midnight are box sitters. Awesome boy. Mwah. Essential Irish Queen. Hello, lovely. You only made 6 steaks? Alright. Me, you, and 4 of the friends. Yeah, these aren't too bad. What's up, Haku? Haku, happy Monday. Guys, Essential Irish Queen, awesome boy. Haku, how was your guys' weekend? If I fits, I eats. Yeah. That's me. That's me as my mentality, Sushi Guy. Haku. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead, kissy. So that was the Cruise in the kid size. And then you guys have seen this glasses before, but this was from the other glasses from the mystery box sale, which, as you guys know, is one of my favorite glasses ever. The Assassin's Creed Mirage glasses. What about Cubby? Who's Cubby? Fun other than work? Okay, well, I mean, that's good, right? Enjoy your lurk. So, these are the Assassin's Creed glasses. The exact same glasses that I have, just these are not prescription. Oh, Shabby, let's go! So, you guys have seen... Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry. Okay, then us and 3 friends. Sunny! Thank you for the forehead kissy. So I love these glasses. I have them in prescription, but I got them in the mystery box sale. And they are dope as hell. Jordan, thank you for the forehead kissy. Even has Assassin's Creed branded baggie. Oops. And then cleaning cloth too, right? There she is. Yeah, so dope. And remember, if you guys want to get a mystery box. Make sure you guys do it while I'm streaming with Gunnar, because like I get commission and like credit for sales if you guys use my code. Yippee! But if you guys get anything while I'm live with Gunnar, I get commission for it too. So if you guys are getting like anything with like say like the prescription sales that they do that you can't use my code for, if you can, wait for Monday streams from 7 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time, because then I get commission for it. Hi, Jordan. Jordan, I hope you're doing so good. Oh, okay. So this is another pair of Moxies, but they're just in the amber color, not the Amber Max, right? Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, so that's what I'm doing. That's where I'm at right now, Mira. Is I don't need new glasses because I have so many, but I need a new prescription. Because my last prescription I got was 1,000,005 years ago. Okay, it wasn't that long, but I'm being dramatic. But I want new glasses from Gunnar. The Moxies, by the way. The Moxies. I really want these. These are the Mad Moxie glasses for Gunnar. Mad Moxie. Look at this. The locking mechanism is so dope. Look at that. It's so dope! And, per the state of law of California, you need a prescription that's at least 2 years young. Or, not 2 years older. It can't be older than 2 years. 6 years, yeah! Like, if it's about, like, 6 or 7 years ago, you need a new one. Yeah. Yeah, I bet your prescription's changed. I bet it has. Oh, there it is. How's this for establishing shot? And then here's the cleaning cloth for the Moxie. So you guys have seen me try on the Amber Max version of these, which I have right here. Oh, let me know. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? The Ambers, right? Okay, now everyone close your eyes. I'm going to try on the other glasses, right? So we got the Ambers. All right, close your eyes. All right, open. Or the Amber Maxes. Which ones are better? I like the Amber Maxes. I love the Amber Maxes so much. I think that not only are they like dope because of like their function of Amber Maxes blocking more blue light glasses or lights and things like that, but I think they look dope as heck too. Amber Maxes, me too. Yeah, the Amber Maxes I think just like they look dope. What's up? Yup, yup. Both look good. That's fair. Darker. Yeah. I mean that Jordan. Yeah, I'm the same way. I'd be happy with either or. But I really want to request these in prescription. I still need to request a bunch of glasses. Guys, I still haven't emailed Gunnar asking for the new glasses. I know. I need to, because I need to get new glasses to show you guys. They're so dope, right? The bag is really cool, too. It's got the little Moxie heart on the bottom. And then, I don't know if you guys can really tell, but there's a little heart right by my pinky, right here. Little heart. You can kind of see it with my bangs. Little heart. Little Moxie heart. So cute! Yeah, I really want those in prescription. Because they're so pretty. Hi, K9! K9, I hope you have the best day ever! Thank you so much for coming and saying hello! Misunderstood. Are you more bad than good? Welcome to home. Ah, Jasper. I have shorts on. You see. Enjoy your lurky turkey. Oh, and thank you for the 110 stream streak. Holy sweat. No, seriously, that's amazing, Tankos. Thank you so much. 110 stream streak. Holy shiitake mushrooms. How do I get you to fit in there like a good little girl? Suck it in, Amberman. Oh, there you go. I asked my partner manager for them. I don't think I've gotten them in yet. Yeah, he just sits and stares at me, and then if I don't react to him, he'll put his hand on my legs from my chair. 44, hell yeah. Vanessa, mwah. Thank you for the forehead, QC. Alright, what do we got next? I think a lot of the glasses that I have in these boxes might be empty because they're on this display here. Did you get any, Caddick? I haven't opened yet, and I really want to. Covered in red. Yeah, I don't remember which ones are empty, so I guess we'll have to find out one at a time. It is epic, yeah! Otaku, thank you for the 105 stream streak. What the heck? Thank you so much. Also, Otaku, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I hope I can. Yeah, I asked my partner manager for them. 72. Hell yeah. These are the emissary. Oh, should I be putting these up on the website for you guys? You guys can still hear me, right? So, what did we look at already? Hunger. Are you? The Cruise. The Cruise Kids. Large. I imagine the large is what I had, because I doubt my face would fit a small. So these are the glasses that I was just wearing before, the first pair that we tried on. We hear? Okay, good. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for verifying. Perfect. Okay. So this is the first pair that we tried on, the Cruise, and then Control F, Assassins. I don't know if the Assassin's Creed is still available though. No, it's not. Mirage, no. What was it called? What was the Assassin's Creed one again? Oh gosh, what was it? The Intercept. Intercept. Okay. So this, for all intents and purposes, is the second pair of glasses I tried on, the Assassin's Creed Mirage, which was just the Intercept, but in the Assassin's Creed Mirage flavor of glasses. Oh, look at these! Those are so pretty. Oh, I want to see the latte, yeah. I like the latte fade. The clears are dope. I love clear glasses. Oh, they're so pretty. The blues, I don't think I could pull off these. They're really pretty, but I don't think I could pull them off. Yeah. I think I would love to have them, just like to have. You know, maybe I could request them to try on or something. And then, of course, the black, which I have these in my non-prescription. And then, of course, I have these in my Assassin's Creed Mirage and prescription. So that's the Intercept. I love the Intercept. The Intercept's one of my favorite styles. And then this is the... Oh, obviously, we need to do the Moxie. I forgot we tried on that, too. Yes! Oh! God, these guys are so dope. Like, I can't get over just how cool they are. Oh my god. Yeah, I love the Amber Max. So pretty. And like you guys have mentioned, that like they would do really well, I think, in like, what'd you guys say? Ren Fair glasses. I do like how prescription wearers get more choices of lenses. Although I do think I like them most as the Amber Max. The Amber is really nice too. Clear Pro, Sun. The signs are interesting. Like the dark blue. All right, and then what are we trying on now? The Emissary. These are what we're gonna try on right now. I feel like I'm gonna get like flashbacks of me fourth grade wearing glasses for the first time because these are like that same shape. I'm gonna get flashbacks again. Oh, I love a double hinge. They're so thin. Holy. Big old G on the side for Gunnar. Oh, it's actually not so bad. Let me see if I can get a darker background. There we go. Yeah, it's not so bad. It's not giving me as much PTSD of 4th grade Pixel, but it's definitely not it's not my go-to lens shape for me. Hi, Bunk Dog! Bunk Dog, happy Monday! Or happy Tuesday for any of our future friends in here. It does seem like these glasses have... Yeah, the tint and focus. So there is a slight focus to them, which is interesting. Happy Monday? Thank you! So here. It's lens tint and focus. It has this. It's the Gunnar focus. So it has like a slight focus. It's very faint though. Yeah, so these are so every Monday I do sponsored streams with Gunnar Optics from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. And Gunnar Optics, here, I got you. Gunnar glasses are blue light blocking glasses, and they have varying tints. Oh, let me put on my actual glasses so I can see. They have varying tints of blue light blocking like power. So these glasses I have right here, these are 65%, so you can kind of see like the yellow tint on them. These, my normal dailies, are a 35 tint, or is it 30? It's 35. So this is a 35 amber tint, so it has a slight yellow, but not as much as the 60% yellow, or 65. So this is 65% yellow amber tint. This is 35% amber tint. And they also have the Clear Pro, which is 20% amber. And then my favorite flavor is the Amber Max, which is the 90% ones, which we just showed a couple minutes ago. But I'll show them on the Fallout glasses. And you liking them? I have been doing these sponsored streams with them since April 2025. Every Monday. It used to be every Monday and Friday for about a year. Or no, for about, like, I don't know, 8 months. And then for the past, like I say, like 4 months, we've been only doing once a week. And I've been wearing Gunnars, I don't know, since 2023? And then, that's when I've been sponsored by them. And then my first pair of Gunnars was these from, I think, 2012. So short answer, yes. I do love Gunnars. You guys know, if I have something I'm sponsored by, it's not because I need it for a quick buck. If I do, I will tell you, like Raid Shadow Legends. But if I'm sponsored by something, it's because I actually like the product. But these are the 90% amber tint, which block the most of blue light blocking. And blue light blocking glasses are great because they help not only with the bright blue lights from like your PCs and your phones and everything like that, but they also help with dry eye and eye fatigue. Not just all blue light glasses, but specifically Gunnar Optics. Gunnar Optics actually cares about their products, actually cares about what they put out there and what they put in their customers' faces. And if you guys ever are interested to hear what the CEO has to say about, about Gunnar, we have a really cool YouTube video of me basically interviewing and hanging out with the CEO of Gunnar, Joe Croft. I can't remember if that was our first stream together or if that was our second stream together. I don't remember. I really don't remember. That may have been our second stream together. And he has some really amazing, like, things to say about his baby, which is Gunnar. But there are nighttime driving glasses to help reduce... Oh, really? That's awesome! See, wow, bunk, that's huge. Also, I saw someone come in. Dragon set ablaze. Mwah, cool cam. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 head QCs. I have an autoimmune condition that could cause blindness and needs help with my daily eye strain and pain. That makes me so happy. Not the autoimmune condition, but the fact that these do help you. Because I do see you wear yours whenever I see your face. I see you got the Barons on. Spades won a giveaway of the Barons. I'll show you. These are the glasses we just tried on, the Emistry. And then, Baron. Previously known as the Tony Starks. These are the ones that Spades has, and they're so dope. They're so... Oh, they look so good on you. What flavor of lens did you get? Oh, they were just the amber, right? Just the regular amber ones? Because I don't think you guys could pick, right? Oh, no, I think you guys could pick. I don't remember, but I think you just have the regular amber white. Yeah, but those are really nice glasses. I like those a lot. Waiting as a man with the reason. These are the Emery. Emery. There they are. I was able to pick. Okay, cool. I couldn't remember. Oops. I don't remember what color frames these are that I got. Oh, look! Oh, okay. I forgot about these. I haven't tried these on in so long. So when we first started doing the streams last April in 2025, they sent me like these huge boxes, right? They sent me 2 of these huge boxes. We already looked through our last box last week and the week before that. So we took 2 weeks to get through that box, and we're going through this one right now. And they're all just regular glasses, so they're not prescription, which is why I have to go back to my prescription ones in between because I can't see. But it is really cool to not only for me to be able to try on the glasses, but for also for you guys to see the glasses and see like how they like, I don't know, how they handle, how they look on a person. You can see if they're are these double hinged? Or am I forcing them? I can't tell. I don't think these are double hinged, but they're flexible. Yeah, these are not double hinged. No, I think they're just flexible. But these are clear in the front and then tortoise on the side. So dope! These are really cool. I don't remember trying these on, though. It's been so long since I've tried these on. These are the Emerys. Oh, they're so pretty. I actually like these. Leon's Moans. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Everyone say hi, Leon's Moans! Welcome to the Gunnar stream, Angel. How was your weekend? Oh, Spades, where are you at right now? Are you on the way to Elderbrain? So this is, oh, they're sold out! Oh, well, hopefully you guys don't like them. Are they sold out in prescription? They're not sold out in prescription. So if you guys need prescription, you can get them. But for non-prescription, they're sold out. But then they're also available in the Onyx and the Jasper. Oh, Jasper! And then the Tortoise Onyx. I like these, too. It's kind of like a little bit the opposite of what I have right now, with the tortoise in the front and then black in the back instead of the clear in front. I really like the clear. There's something about the clear lens or the clear frames that get me. But I'll always say, I think my favorite ones, oh, was it these? No, it wasn't the donut. I do like the donuts. But it wasn't these. Which Toki Doki was it? Toki. This is hard to do when I don't have my glasses on. Not You're the Dragon. Oh, it's a cotton candy. Okay. Well, I'm glad that was not long to take at all. These, so I have them to try on. But I want these in prescription. They're so pretty. And I'm pretty sure these are the ones that Sephora has. Oh. They're so pretty. I really want those. But these are really nice. Now these are like the typical shape that I like used to go to. I think before I like started like looking at Gunnar glasses. You mean me, then you mean it. Back on solid ground. You still call me Superman. These were the Emerys. Hi, Jojo. The Pendletons. I don't remember these either. I know these are like a big boy, like not big physically, but like fancy glasses. I think these are more expensive. Ooh, yeah, these feel like glasses that Joe Croft would wear. Like they're just fancy. Ah, that's that double hinge that you look for. Wow, these are so just like fancy. These I could see like professional golfers wearing these glasses. I don't mind them. Pendleton. Oh, they're only $85? They feel more expensive than that. They come in this moss color, which, by the way, I don't think I've ever seen these in the moss, and that is such a pretty color. Cayman! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead, QC. Yeah, I think I really like the greens. I don't think I've seen any Gunnar glasses that have this green on them, besides the Pendleton. They're really pretty. Grab the night. Oh, those are really nice. For at least as long as it takes for my lasagna to need cheese and final baking. Yum. Yum, yum, yum. Also, everyone say, hi, Kyle! Kyle, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. Kyle, hope you had such a good weekend. You know, Cayman, you officially are our POTD, because that is the biggest one of the day. Mazel tov on the 5 inches. I almost said 2 inches, but if I squint, I can see the 5. It's really dope. I have him in the slate color right now. Oh! And how easily we lose it. Congratulations, Salted Loki, on the PP. 11%. Oh, man. Can finally eat some. Oh, yippee! And she crave lasagna. See, she has excellent taste. Okay, Kyle. 44 inches. You are our POTD. 37. Honorable. 98% vibe? Yes! No one better take this away from me. This is the biggest it's ever been for me. 60 inches. Yes, sure. 60 inches. Nobody's taking it away from me. And then here comes war. That is what she said. 53. Try better next time. I see where my inches went. This case that it comes in is really nice. Oh, I think my Toki Doki mozzarella come in that case. Or this case. Alright. Oh man, I cannot see. I'm so blind. There she is. Alright. Hi, Jojo. Wanna say hello? Wanna say hello? Good boy. You're so cute. Alright, try these on. Would somebody let me give them 52 inches? Oh, yeah. I'll take them. Escape! Escape with a tarot pull. Wait. Oh, wait. Kyle, are you still here? Kyle, I want to show you something. What's up, Feeny the rabbits? Hello, Feeny. You are? I got this from the antique shop with my family yesterday. I got Pokeball Dungeons and Dragons dice. Aren't they so cute? So I got my second pair of D&D dice now. Yippee! I know, they're so pretty. And I haven't put them in my mouth yet. I did roll a nat 1 though. Are you joking? Girl, are you weighted? Okay. I just rolled another nat 1 and I got scared. But now I just rolled a 14, so we're good. Hi, Danny! Danny! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead, QC. Whoa. Hi, Charlie. Jasper, can you get off my glasses? Mommy's working. Yeah. I'm so excited! 61! But Daddy, you beat me by 1 inch! They're cursed. You send them to me. Time to get you a dice prison. I was literally saying earlier that I need some cute, like, something to put these in. Because my other dice, they have the little case that they come in. But these, I don't like this little bag that they come in. So now I need something to keep them in as for, like, a display. 4D cursing. Okay. Hi, Sadine! Mommy's working. I'm working here. Oh my god, you have a nat 1 emote. We do not know. I lost my streak. No, Danny! Did Twitch steal it from you? My D&D group, when it's someone's birthday, I get them a set of dice to up their personality. My first friend, who's an outdoorsy girl, got dice with frogs. With frogs inside. My next friend, who plays a sentient teapot, got the white and blue fine china teapot print inside of his dice. That is so cute. That's a really cool gift to do. An empty crown royal bag. Okay. You know what? Stop it. Mommy's using those. What was I gonna say? You know, I used to work at a liquor store. Maybe I could go back there and like see like, hey, you got any empty Crown Royal bags I can have? See, that's a cute emote too. Oh, it's a Critical Roles emote. That's cute. We need the fur base. See, Dean, literally. He's such a like Jasper's such a naughty boy. He's the worst of them all. Also Capricorn. Mwah. They got the forehead QC. Yeah, everyone send me Crown Royal bags. Oh, this emote is so cute, little bats. It's getting wildflowers, so cute. The Critical Role sub never ends. I don't blame ya. I don't blame ya. That's so cute. Oh, and there's the 20. Does Lexi still have her dice emotes? No, I'm not sure if she does. Any Lexi subs in here? All right, Escape. Let's see if we can get a good tarot pull. Remember, if it's a good tarot pull, you're welcome. If it's a bad one, blame Escape. I hope someone gets me dice. I think it'd be really nice, especially since you give them for everyone else, right? I play a grandma druid witch in the woods. Okay, so so say you were getting dice for you, Panda Pants, what would you do for yourself with your grandma druid witch in the woods? Okay, Jasper, my sweet summer child. Yeah, oh my god. You're so close. I hate him. Ugh. As dolly dice? I don't know what a dolly dice is. Oh, doily! Like doily, like doilies, you know? We have the Queen of Wands in reversed. Work on your self-confidence. Pull inward, reflect on your situation, and listen to your intuitive gut. Stand firm in your convictions, even if others don't believe in you. You're feeling frustrated and moody. And you're feeling insecure and introverted. Wow, yeah. Work on your self-confidence, pull inward, reflect on your situation, and listen to your intuitive gut. Stand firm in your convictions, even if others don't believe in you. Damn. And a butter cookie tin? Oh, yeah, okay, that's actually really funny. Dice with a sewing kit in them. That's actually really funny. Also, thank you, for redeeming this, Escape. Also, what's up? Pocket Problem? Hi, Sergeant Larry. Wait, they actually had a set of that? Like, on God? What's up, Pocket? Are doing a great job thus far for calling me out, Escape. I'm just a vehicle in which they get read. That's funny, though. It is funny when, like, you can relate to them, I suppose, right? So these glasses I actually have in my prescription because they were the first glasses I ever requested when I first started my affiliation with Gunnar. Yippee! So these are the ellipses. Big old circular frames, which I love. So these are, oh, they're so cute. Oh, these are the ellipses. I gotta stop. Okay, it's fine. If I squint hard, I could see. Okay. I know, they're so cute, right? I have them in the rose gold color. Here. All I had to do is look for the box that my dog chewed, and I'll know that my ellipses are in here. But they also come in black. These are the black ones. And then these are the ones that I have in my prescription, so I can actually see out of these. Oh, it's so nice to be able to see. Oh, they're sold out in the rose gold. What a bummer. But they're available in the silver. You can't get them in these. Heh. And then they are available in the onyx. My ellipses are different than these, actually. They're slightly different. Interesting. Mine are like slightly whiter. I don't know if you can tell. But my rose gold ones are like a little bit whiter. The thing in the middle, like the bridge in the middle is like a little bit different. I wonder why. Huh. But these are the ellipses. Interesting. Alright. These are really pretty, though. I really like the black. You got both them cases that I think... Okay. Let's put the glasses on so I can read. That they fit their dice, too. One of them got a jet boil container with squirrels all over it. The other had a wood box from Loose Leaf Tea. So themed boxes or dice are a yes for me. That's dope, huh? We have a character at the table named Loose Leaf Tea. That is such a cute name. What the hecky? Loose Leaf Tea. Do you guys remember what my name is? Do you guys remember what my name is for my Dungeons & Dragons character? Any Rush Hour fans? Oh, really? I'm, this is here, okay. Oh! Larry! Larry, what the heck? You take it for the 100 bits? You did not have to do that. Thank you so much, homie. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. My girl is Sage. Shut the front door. Sage, but spelled that way, is so cute. I love that. Sergeant Larry, thank you so much for the 100 bits for the on-screen celebration. That's really nice of you. Thank you. Hey, what's up, Mav? Mav, happy Monday/Tuesday, depending on everyone's time zones. We're trying on some Gunnar glasses, and then we're going to play some Overwatch. But you do get drops while you're watching the stream, which is nice. I am Obachan. Obachan? Am I saying that right? Obachan? What language does that mean, grandmother? Hello, child. You keep knocking over all my glasses. Oh, okay. I'm getting to some of the empties, which are on my glasses case there. Ooh, these are nice. Okay. Oh, Japanese. Cool. I forgot to do my Duolingo today. Fudge. I'll do it. So I'm just checking something real quick. You're gonna die. Hi, Mooncards. Mooncards. You go to forehead kissy. It's gonna cut your brake lines. They might. Obojima, which is a Japanese setting for D&D. Oh, interesting. Because I realized I just gave her Zarya from Overwatch. Oh, really? Who cares, right? My character's name is first name Gefilta, last name Fish. Gefilta Fish. Think the devil has horns, so did I. So I'm just checking something real quick. Ooh, I got another Twitch drop for Overwatch. Yippee! So I only need, yes, I only need 3 more. So I need the 5-hour one, the 7-hour one, and the 10-hour one. Oof. Oof. Good evening, Dandy. Dandy, how you doing? Volskaya. Wait, what is that? She was named Alessandra Zaryanova, but I changed it to Volskaya because also. Oh, okay. Is that a character in Overwatch? Oh, it was a map. Oh, you doing all right? Hugs. Hugs for anybody who needs one. Unless you guys don't want the hug, guys can double it and give it to the next person. But hey, all right is better than terrible, right? Right? Maybe? I think my phone's done charging for now. Named after a side character. Volskaya Industries. Cool. Wait, so what is your D&D character name then? So did I. Let's go anywhere. Nice, polite. Their oh. Oh, I see. Oh, Sasha. Sasha's cute. Yeah. Do you guys like gefilte fish? I don't know why I thought it was funny. But it was my first. It is my first character. Love the name. Yay! Thanks, guys. I need the validation. Gefilte, yeah. Well, it's Gefilte fish. That's her name. First name Gefilte, last name Fish. Yeah, was our D&D names. I only have one D&D character, and her name is first name Gefilte, last name Fish, and that is how she introduces herself. First name Gefilte, last name Fish. Daddy, thank you for the 5 streak. Assigned game, half Children of the Gods, and made Resident Evil references by naming the evil company Parasol Inc. That's very funny. I like that. Instead of Umbrella. That's funny. I like that a lot. Pain without love, pain. Can't get enough pain. I like it rough, cause I'd rather feel pain. At my current table, I've played Captain August Ligero. Use her whole title if you know it's good for you. Tish the Dish, Sage, and Sasha. I think Sage is probably my favorite name of all of them. I don't know. I love it. What's up, Oni? Oni, I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing? Happy Monday. Happy Gunnar Monday. Hi, Zombie! Zombie. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Also names delivery company Overs and Across. Delivery companies Overs and Across. Instead of UPS. What's the other one? Oh, Sage is your favorite too? Yippee. What emo is this? Oh, is this the fish? This is one of the hype train emotes, right? UPS? Okay, what's the other one? She's the 3.5 equivalent of a moon druid. What does that mean? 3.5 equivalent. Oh, they're both UPS. Okay, cool. I had Nightcloud of the Hidden Ones, and some may understand where my other one came from. His name is Gurky von Gherkin. That's cute. I like that one. I'm not sure if I know the reference. I think I just appreciate it, though. My D&D character names I've used so far are Elora, Nespira sounds like the name of a song that Ghost would sing. Shalista and Sina. Am I saying that right? Sina, or is it Senna? You have over 40 D&D characters? Really? I only have 2. One that I'm currently playing, and it's my first one that I've ever named and played. And then the second one that I have, and my second one that I've never played, but I did make her in Baldur's Gate 3. Pain without love. Sorry, I'm checking something real quick. I guess I'm sorry. You can do Dom X. Dom X! Binge watched a K-drama If Wishes Could Kill last night. Oh, really? I've never seen any K-dramas before. Anyone else a K-drama enthusiast? Oh my god, sweet summer child. You stop that right now. You're so cute! But stop. Stop it. Mommy's working. Not to bring that... I've been kind of... Not, like, sad, but just, like, not super sad recently. Oh my god. I don't have any advice for that. Because I struggle with the exact same thing. So... I've told this before. So whenever someone asks me how I'm doing, more or less I'll be like, oh, I'm amazing. Oh, I'm doing great. Oh, I'm doing fantastic. How are you? Just because, like, I don't know, it's more fun to say it that way. I'm not actually doing fantastic, but it's just more fun to say it that way. But I'm okay. Like, I'm not trying to kill myself, so that's good, right? I mostly watch horror movies on YouTube. Yeah. What is something that you watched a horror movie recently that you're just like, that was really good? I still need to watch the rest of the Hell, because how many Hell House movies are there? Dave goes, don't be nice to me. I'll start fighting you. I'll do it. I have to see that one. I still have to see Iron Lung. I'm waiting for it to be on streaming services, Planet. I love your name, by the way. 5 now? Okay. Well, I've only seen 1. Did we watch that together? I think we watched that Hell House movie together, didn't we? I can't remember. Numa, yeki portel. I don't know if you saw, but I posted the suing kid. Oh, did you? No, I have not seen it yet. What is this emote? Oh, Graveside! Hell yeah. That is a curse emote, and I love it. For it. Thanks, Odie! Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm down. I don't know, things that usually help me are food. I love food. So I'll usually, like, I don't know, if I have, like, a favorite meal that's been in my refrigerator that I've been waiting, like, to save it for, and I'm, like, having, like, a really bad day, I'd be like, I'm eating it today, you know? I don't know, it's little things like that. Max, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. What is this emote? Oh my god! Norfon, that's so funny. You guys have some really good emotes. I still need that stupid, what's it called, Georgie March? Wait, Mr. Ware, are you here? I don't mean to call you out. But I know Mr. Ware has the emote, and Mr. Ware put it in chat the other day, and I literally, like, I started crying. I started tearing up because it's so fudging cute. It's one of the, what's it called? New hype train emotes from the Sanctuary. Food is all the way downstairs, though! I love food. That's worth a trip for me. Only thing that gets my fat ass up is food. What is this emote? Bald. See, I heard it was cheeks. But to be fair, Kyle, I don't trust movie critics because you know what movie was good, but everyone said was cheeks, was the Until Dawn movie. I thought that movie was fantastic. So I think people just understand how, like, I don't think people understand, like, that they can enjoy a movie of a video game or some other, like, IP without it having to be a copy pasta of the IP that it's being made a movie of. I don't know. I think people just, like, are just too hypercritical, and they just don't understand. I have not seen any single thing about the mortuary assistant. I haven't even seen the trailer. I'm pretty sure Raven tagged me in it, and I meant to save it to watch it on stream to, like, react to the thing, but I never got a chance to. So, the He-Man movie. Oh, I've seen a lot of trailers of that. It looks good, the trailers. I've never been a He-Man enjoyer, though. I think it should be exactly how I pictured my head, or whoever made is a horrible person, Mama J, you, and a million other people. I'm just joking. But yeah, I mean, you're not the only one, right? Jasper is in between my legs right now, just, like, flapping his tail in between my legs. Oh, why'd you stop? You were so soft. Do you want to come up here? Want to come up here? I'm not wearing pants right now. I'm wearing shorts. Don't be weird. So don't scratch me. You want to be up here? Want to say hello? Why don't you come over here? If I can enjoy fan fiction, I can enjoy game-based inspired movies. Yeah, I actually really wouldn't mind watching the Until Dawn movie again. He's such a good dog. His paws are so cold on my legs. This is Jasper. He is one of 3 kitty cats I have. So this is 33% of my cat population, and then Boo back there is 50% off, or 50% off. 50% of my dog population. Popsicle beans are so cute. Boo, 50% off. That's so funny. But here, if I get up off this chair, will you stay? Okay. But these are my pets. So Boo is the dog that's in the dog cam right here, and then Jasper is the boy that's right there. And then I also have Charlie, who comes downstairs sometimes, and then my other 2 cats, Midnight and Balthazar. You will never see Balthazar, but if you're lucky, you might see Midnight sometimes. Hello, Jojo. Do you want to come back? Because you're just sitting on the armrest like a freak. Oh, okay. Boo turkey. Wait, did you guys see the turkey thing that Tom made on Twitter? Yeah, 1 time a year. And actually, fun fact, we've already seen him once this year. Ooh, actually, maybe twice, didn't we? Maybe twice? Tom, I was literally just talking about you. Hi, Tom. Tom, thank you for the 22 monthlies. Enjoy your 90. Count him. Your 90 emotes, ad-free viewed, and your sub badge. I did show. Thank you for the shout out for Tom. I did show stream. I think it was like the day after. I think it was like the day after you did it. Let me see right now. Hold on. Twitter. I don't know if I'm logged in. No, I'm not logged in. I'm not logged into Twitter on OperaGX yet. Can I look at my account? PixelxKitten Twitter. Can I look at my account without logging in? Yippee! Cool. Meow meow. Meow meow. Oh, it's weird. I pulled up my... This is so weird. Do you guys want to see this? So I pulled up my Twitter. So this is my Twitter, right? This is my pinned one. And it's showing based off, like, my most popular posts. Weird. That's so weird. I've never seen, like, them in, like that. Weird. Oh my god, I thought you said bent, as in, like, get bent. I was like, Tom, what is that language? Sir. Not tomorrow. Tom Day. Man, how am I gonna find this? Replies. Oh, I have to log in? I really don't feel like logging in and then doing my authenticator app. Well, what if I just promise you guys that it was really, really funny? It really is, Tom. That was like, I was so surprised that you said that. Not that you did say it, because you didn't say it. But I was just like, shocked. That's funny. Meow. Meow. Meow meow. Bant. See, that's funny. I can see that. Also, every time I see that one cat gif that goes, I think of you. I need to make that. I should get that as a 7TV emote and call it like Tom or something. Jetski! Jetski! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I'm sorry that I missed your kissy. I'm so sorry. I was busy looking at my Twitter. It's not the best movie by far, but you'll take it not actually tie it to the game. It's not that bad. Oh, wait. What were we talking about, Kyle? Was that it's not the best movie by far, but if you just take it for what it is. Was that about Until Dawn? Is that the Godlodge? Hi, Godlodge. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Yeah, that's the emo Tom. That one. Oh, Mama J, you are so smart and tall and talented and handsome. I shall try that. No English. Tell me it's not true. Cyrell Ramiel, welcome in. Hi, Godlodge. What's up, Madison? Hi, Godlodge. Hi, Eric. Hi, Sheep Thief. I need to know the lore on that name. Cyrell Ramiel. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Hi, Batty. What do you mean? Finger licking. Welcome in. Godlodge. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Marshmallow. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Witchy got mama. Welcome in. I'm doing so good. How are you doing? Everybody go follow Godlodge and tell her how hot and tall, talented, handsome she is. Also, she happens. Mwah. Welcome in. Quispy Chaos. Hello, welcome in. Also, thank you so much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. And we are inching in. We are closing in on 24,000 followers. Last I saw, 2 people unfollowed me, so we're back down to 31 people away from it. But now we're 30 people away, so thank you. We're 30 people away from 24,000 followers, so thank you so much for the follows. I was going to my Google account, and I never changed it after I got hacked. No. Have you tried recovering it yet, English? So close. Thank you, Godlodge. How was your stream? What were you doing? Who would unfollow you? Oh, I couldn't care less. It is totally fine. I do not take unfollows personally. It is what it is. It could have just been even like a bot account getting deleted or something. Oh, English, that sucks. And how many characters did you have? Like, if we had 40 characters? See, oh, that's right. Is today the last day of 2v8, Godfletch? I want to follow just so you had to watch the number go up again, but I'm not losing my follow streak, right? What? Because your follow streak is like your native one, right? It's like it's your original one. It ends tomorrow morning. I gotta say though, this was probably like my least favorite iteration of 2v8. I don't know what it was, but there was some energy out there that made it not as fun as I remember it being. Because 2v8 is like my favorite game mode. It's my baby. And I don't know, it was something about this iteration that just made me, like, sad. It would make me very, very sad. I don't know what it was. It has nothing to do with the killers. I feel like it was just, like, my randoms, you know? They were just, like, no one seemed to want to have any fun. It was so evil, yeah. I tried everything I could to get that back, and I kind of gave up. Oh, I lost it, sorry. All I was on my YouTube. Oh, that sucks. English, I'm so sorry. I lost mine, but at least I have this. Oh, your watch time? Also, cute as a button. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead, QC. Salted Loki with 28 days of watching this stream. Sweat! Or letting it... Yes! 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 That is exactly what was happening, Goth Lunch. Oy. And it's like, I would play with, like, friends or people in the community, and we'd all just be, like, leaving. Be left on hooks. And then, God forbid, there was one game where oh my god, there's one Jane. I was playing with Spades and Leon's Bones. I think it was just the three of us. And I think maybe one person, but they already died. It was either Eclipse or Shabby, and they had already died. So it was the three of us left, and then this one random Jane. And this one random Jane hadn't been hooked yet. Everyone else was dead, except for the four of us. Me, two of my mods, and this Jane. And she, I'm pretty sure, let both my mods, Leon's Moans and Spade System, go to second stage on their very first hooks right at the beginning of the game. And I remember they were so salty. It was the only person that was salty to me in endgame chat. And they got hooked right as all the gens were done. And they got hooked, or they got downed at a pallet, and I was right next to the pallet. And of course I use 2v8 as like oh my god, I love 2v8 because I love to farm saves. I love to farm pallet stuns and flashlight saves or flashbang saves. And I could have gotten a save, but I didn't because I wanted them to get hooked, because I wanted us to leave and them to get left on hook, because if you're gonna leave all of your teammates to die, you're getting left to die. Yeah, I did. I said Pixel Bean petting. I may have been snarky in endgame chat back to them. Yeah, you did, and as you should. Also, thank you so much for the follow, by the way. I really, really appreciate it. We're now 29 follows away from 24,000 followers. Thank you so much. But yeah, so the three of us died, and Jane was really salty in endgame chat, and both Spades and I were just like, well, maybe you shouldn't leave people to die on first hook. And I was just like, I left pretty quickly after that. I think Spades left. I was a little bit longer, but I was like, don't you dare come to me. Oh, they said. Oh, I think it was like Meg, and they're like, Meg, nice pallet save. And I was like, maybe you shouldn't leave people to die. But anyways, that was my only time I was like really petty in 2v8. Besides that, I did save everyone else. Whatever. What's up, Botanical Tomes? I love your name, by the way. Also, Maximus, mwah, think with a forehead kissy. Do you love him? This is Boo. Would you like to say hello to Boo? If you have a moment, don't make me keep you. Good morning! Good morning! Good morning! Good morning! Do you want to say hello? Do you want to say hello? Can we say hello? Oh. Ugh. Oh, good morning. Oh, so good morning. Oh, so good morning, boo-boo. Oh, you're so cute, my little boy. Huh? How is this Boo? He is my baby. I birthed him. Oh, I love him so much. He's just a baby. Yeah, she happens literally every single time. You could have 8 people left, 3 gens left, and as soon as like it's those 3 gens, you're just like, no one wants to do gens no more. Oh, it's a belly. Oh, it's a big belly. Your DNA is strong with him. He turns 4 next month. Yeah? Are you an old man? Oh, you're so old. Old man. Oh, sleepy. Sleepy old man. I recently changed his a Gemini. You Gemini. I recently changed their food from chicken to salmon base, and his breath smells like salmon. No way, Spades! Oh, Spades, congrats on finishing honor mode. Yippee! Oh, I'm so happy for you. Him's asleep. Him's a sleepy boy. Yeah, and Jasper's being Jasper. Oh my god, congratulations, Spades. Did you blow up Gale? Oh, you're so sleepy. He's not like this all the time. He's usually a crazy pants. What's Jasper's breed? A Nebelung. 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 Can we stop manspreading though? Like, ew. Close your legs, honey. Alright, go back to your bed. Oh. Cool boy. So cute. Oh, he had a big day today. Dweeb. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. To us for that first roll in the new dice. Oh my god, yes. Yeah, literally. A sweet fluffy baby, yeah. Snake pit! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, also, do you guys want to see a raid trailer? Okay. Ooh. Yeah, let me know if you guys can hear audio on. I was worried. Okay. So, damn. Well, I don't know. So I'm doing a sponsor site with Gunnar Optics right now, and something happened with my audio. So I've been doing sponsors streams with Gunnar Optics since April 2025, and for this entire time I have used the exact same audio settings for my sponsor segments because we're streaming on all of like Gunnar's social medias. Like we're streaming on Gunnar's like Twitter, Twitch, well not Twitter, but Twitch, Instagram, Facebook, whatever. And so they need to hear the audio, and I don't know what happened, but sometime in the past 4 weeks, something happened 4 weeks ago. God, let's go do your thing! Please get your post-stream self-care. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Thank you so much for rating me. Truly, you could have rated anybody on Twitch, and you came here. I really, really appreciate it. Everyone say, bye, God Lunch! Everyone go give God Lunch a follow. Can we get another shout out for Goth Lunch, please? Por favor. Por favor. But, yeah, something happened like 4 weeks ago that I have no clue. Like, I didn't change anything. My computer didn't change anything. As far as I know, Gunnar didn't change anything. And now all of a sudden, my audio is completely borked. So now Gunnar doesn't hear any, like, they won't hear any gameplay audio. Like, if I go, thank you, Salted Loki! If I go to, like, play Overwatch right now, they wouldn't hear any gameplay, but you guys would, which is okay. But, I don't know. And then now, apparently, they can hear my raid trailers, but you guys can't. I don't know. It's just, it's very frustrating. And, like, I'm autistic, right? And something that is super duper frustrating to me. Hi, Slasher Bunny! Slasher Bunny is not super duper frustrating to me. So I want to make that clear. Hi, Slasher! Slasher, thank you for 13 birthdays! Enjoy your 90. Gotcha. Your 90 emotes ad reviewed at your summit. Slasher, how are you? I'm bitching about my audio issues I've been having with Gunnar. But I'm autistic, right? And one of the things that gets me to an autistic rage faster than like anything in the world is tech issues that make no sense. like if I have to like turn it off and on again, fine, whatever, because that's just an easy fix. But I tech issues that make no sense to me, that have no reason for having issues, like gives me autistic rage like nobody's business. It pisses me off so much. Enjoy your lurky turkey. All right, I'm gonna scroll up a little bit because I was yapping a little bit and I was missing chats. I was community, of course. You're so sweet. God, seriously, thank you so much for the raid. You were much too kind. I'm sorry I'm so late. You had nothing to apologize for, Rin. A wizard's never late nor the early. They arrive precisely when they mean to. I was at a school band concert? That sounds awesome, though. What do you mean? That sounds dope. Also, Rin. They were the forehead QC. Yeah, that's what I just said, Panda Pants, is that Gunnar can hear the audio, but you guys can't. Also, I did the House of Hope only because I didn't know, like, if it would have to fight Raphael at the end, if I did the deal or anything. It involved a lot of explosives and a globe of invulnerability. Oh, yeah! Yeah, that's why I had the, that's why I like my wizards, because I had the globe invulnerability spell. That's so funny. That's so funny. And you did, that's what you did at the House of Hope, a lot of explosives? I did not do that. Oh, also, I already gave that kissy. Okay, I think I'm caught up now, right? Am I caught up? I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages. Enjoy your Lucky Turkey, Shinobi. Have someone told you that you don't seem... I have almost every single person in my entire life has told me that I don't look autistic, yes. It's called professional masking, which is an autistic trait. But what you guys didn't see... I don't revel in sharing these stories when I'm doing sponsor segments, but let's pretend that no one's watching. What you guys didn't see was me coming home last night and being so mentally and... Oh, this is so frustrating. I'm sorry. I'm gonna get really frustrated. I'm not frustrated with you. She happens. I get frustrated with people assuming that I'm not autistic because I have my online stuff. Why would I show the worst side of me online? I don't know. Oh, sorry. I'm getting really fucking pissed off now. Sorry. Again, not you. It's just people, like, online that have always, like, you know, she's not autistic. She's faking her autism. Oh, my God. Okay, anywho. I'm gonna need a shot after this. Anywho, what people don't see is me coming home after 2 full days of, like, fully, like, I was out in the city all day on Saturday. I was out peopling all day yesterday. I was out all day, which is a lot for me, with someone who is autistic, ADHD, and anxiety all diagnosed. And what you guys don't see is me coming home and cutting myself because I was so overwhelmed by everything and everyone. So people can tell me all the time, it's like, oh, you don't look autistic. It's like, well, you don't see what I do to myself and how I take it out of myself, because I can't handle being like a normal person. So yeah, sure, you don't see that happen because I'm not like advertising that online, you know. So yeah, people all the time tell me that I'm faking my autism because they don't see that. So it does suck. Sorry, I had a really bad day yesterday. Sorry. Anywho, what were we talking about? The achievement was giving, like, during credits? No, Spades, I had to Google, and I saw, when I got my honor mode achievement, I had to Google, is there a bug for the honor mode achievement? And I saw that there were bugs for the honor mode achievement, and I was, like, so scared, because I didn't know when you would get the achievement. So, yeah, that happened to me, too. Sorry. Also, hi, Local Lesbian, thank you so much for coming over the raid. I hope you're doing so good, Angel. No, she happens. I'm not offended by what you said at all. It's just, because you're just asking a question as opposed to someone coming up here and like saying, oh, she's clearly faking it, you know? Nightshade Jade, mwah, Local Lesbian, mwah, thank you for the forehead kisses. One of my closest friends masks to be behind energy all the time. And also one of the few people she's comfortable with being her exhausted self with. I feel honored to be a safe place. I think what I'm frustrated with Panda Pants is I don't really have people in like in my life. Like, online people are different, but I don't have anyone in my life that I can like be that with, which is why I don't have friends. Because if I just sit here and I just like unmasked, people would be like, oh, you're mad at me, or you hate me, or like all these other things. And then it does struggle with my online friends too, because how that shows off from me is I don't answer messages. I am not a social person, because my job is social. The last thing that I want to do is be social when I'm off work, you know what I mean? So that's why I don't answer messages, because it's very hard for me for being on stream for like 5 to 6 hours. That is, if that were to compare to, that would compare to like a normie. What would that be compared to a normie? I don't know. Working an 18-hour shift. on your feet all day. A physical, my streaming 5 to 6 hours is, and my exhaustion afterwards is the equivalent of a normal person working a 15 plus hour day physical job on their feet all day. That's the equivalent. That's the best thing I could do, say to equivalent. And it is, yeah, that's the best thing I could describe it between. So that's why, like, I'm not social. And so I don't have that luxury where, like, I can be, like, non-social with my friends. A lot of people won't understand that, like, my not social is not a personal thing, because a lot of people do take it personally, and that's why I just don't have a lot of friends. There's very few people in my life now that I have, Tom, Brutzy, Spades, Kels, Hello Sweetie, like, they understand really, really, all my mods, Kyle, Raven, everyone on every single one of my mods understands that, like, they're not gonna get a message back from me, but it's not a personal thing, you know. Also, gender fluid druid, thank you for the 4. I can't see, sorry, I'm, like, really behind the messages. Oh my god. Also, Pumpkin, thank you for the 3 stream streak. I appreciate you so much, Angel. No, Panda Pants, I don't think they were referencing you. She happens. I don't think Panda Pants was referencing you. Also, Night J, congrats on the VIP! I'm so sorry, I'm just getting to that right now. I'm so sorry, Angel. Congrats on being VIP. Everyone say W! Nightshade J for being VIP. Let me update who stole the VIP. Nightshade Jade. Perfecto. Okay. And then un-VIP Magical Chick. I'm so sorry, Magical Chick, that this one's stolen. What's up, Anti-Fox? Chrissy, thank you for the 4 kissy. Oh, you're so sweet, Jennifer Flucher. I'm sorry that I'm just getting to your message now. But I hope you're doing so good, Jennifer Druid. Oh, thank you, Dragon. Sounds like manifestations you'll find people understand and work well. Decimate, it's alright. It's alright. I'm glad that your wife has you. Anti-message takes so many spoons. Some days I get it, yeah. And I appreciate that you get it. It's taken me many years to have friends that will understand it. Yeah. And a lot of people don't see are my my physical stims that I do. That I was doing one yesterday because I was really at a limit. I was doing a physical stim yesterday. My mom looked at me and she goes, "What are you doing?" I was like, and she wasn't being rude about it. She was just like, "What are you doing? Like, what is that?" And I explained to her, it's like, I'm just you know, like I was telling her, I was like, I'm just trying to distract myself. Adrian, thank you for the forehead kissy. But yeah. So sorry for the derail. Yeah. Hi, Raven! Hi, Angel Face. Yeah. Sorry, I'm sorry that, like, that derailed me, but she happens. You are so Gucci. I appreciate that question, and I appreciate you asking that in, like, a super respective way, as opposed to other people who are not respectable about it, so. So, yeah. Oh, sorry about the ads, guys. Oh, man, I'm, like, sweating now. Again, I hate talking about this, like, during my sponsor segments, but I don't think they're watching anyway, so it's okay. Yeah, Panda Pants, like, I don't know, man. I'm, like, really hot right now. Like, I'm like, ugh, whatever, it's fine. But yeah. Like, there's some people that, like, you could look at them and be like, oh, like, they're on the spectrum, or, like, you know, and there's some people that, like, I understand, I don't think it's a benefit or anything, but I do understand that I don't look, I don't know, because, again, like, what does autism look like? I don't know. Yes, Gaiman, you do! I need to as well. Mira and I were just talking about that. Mira, it hasn't been 6 years for me for a prescription, but it's been quite a few years. No, she happens. I really do appreciate this conversation. The Toy Store alien? Wait, cover time. Are you talking about the like like they have like 3 eyes and they go like, I have been chosen. Like those? Is that what you're talking about? That's so funny. Hi, Anubis! Anubis, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, the claw. Oh my god. That's so funny. Jade, what the fudge? Jade, thank you for getting a sub to Twinge. Twinge, enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Nightshade, Jade, you didn't have to do that. Thank you for getting a sub. What the heck? Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. Sorry about the ads. I don't really know. I don't know when the ads started because I saw that you said that you just came back, but the ads on my ad menu have been done for like 2 minutes, so I don't know when the ads started or ended for yous. For yous guys. Also, thank you for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. TLDR, people tell me all the time I don't look leftistic, but I am. And that's a TLDR, I guess. Yeah! That's basically what I was talking about. Sorry for getting real there, gamers. Oh! Disconnected due to activity. How dare you? Rare play soon. Oh, thanks, Cover Time Pete. I like your 6'7" Twitch badge. Big fan of 6'7's jokes here. All right, Jade, be nice to me one more time, Miss Nightshade Jade VIP, and you're gonna get punished. Yeah. Oh my God, Adri. Bet real. Thank you for the 150 bits. You can't tell me what to do. I would never take your VIP away until someone redeems it 24 hours from now. What does VIP do? It gives you that beautiful badge next to your name, and you don't get affected during slow mode. Or I think subscriber only mode too, because I think wait, should we put it in subscriber only mode and see if VIP? I'm pretty sure VIPs can still talk in subscriber only mode. Oh, I think an emo only mode as well. What kind of punishment though? You're gonna go to the Bad Kitten Corner, and the Bad Kitten Corner has a table of charcuterie, and typically Boo is there. Any non-sub VIPs to check? Yeah, who wants to check it for me? I love All American. I love that song too so much. Dom sub mode, and is that in the Bad Kitten Corner? Oh no, Jay, no! Save it for you. Buy yourself something nice, sweetheart. Buy yourself a charcuterie board. I would love a charcuterie board right now. Oh, what's my heart rate right now? It feels like it's really high. Oh, it's only 98 as I'm sitting here streaming. Only 98. Sorry, I'm just like... Do you guys want to try on some Gunnar glasses? Oh, hey, I got a new Overwatch Twitch drop. Yippee! You guys are always in submissive mode, whatever. Oh, these are lattes. Oh, I have these. I have these as well. But Jade, seriously, thank you so much. You were very, very kind. Fat! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Don't threaten me with a good time. Hi, Bat. I just saw Yellow Card in concert the 8th and Newfound Glory and Plain White Tees. What? That's awesome, Cover Time Pete. Who are some of your favorite bands? Oh man, I forgot that I have the lattes and the rose gold, and I love these. But the ones, show us your oldest. Oh my god, you mean the ones from 2012? Yeah, I'll show you those. Sorry, I burped. My oldest pairs of Gunnars from the good old 2012, and these are called the RPGs. There you go. There you go. You definitely cannot get these anymore, but I'm pretty sure if you look, you can find them on the website still. Yeah, but Chloe, that goes around back to that first question. It's like, what does autism look like, you know? Y2K? That's so funny. Blink-182, Green Day, Yellow Card, Papa Roach, Offspring, Nirvana. Okay. Alright, that's dope. I love that for you. And these have these is the OG, double double hinge looked like. Because now the double hinge is like, double hinge, you know what I'm saying? These are the lattes. Who are some of your faves? I don't know. I kind of like listen to whatever. I think Ghost is kind of like my go-to at the moment. Ghost, Trivium, Slipknot, Ice Nine Kills. I think those are my favorites. But okay. But these are the lattes. I have these in prescription in black, but I'm not gonna lie, I really like the rose gold of these. I have so many glasses on my desk right now. Ah, I can see again. Whoa! Oh, how nice. The latte. And they are still in stock. W glasses, thank you. Do you keep the glasses you show off? Yeah, so these are the ones I got from April, Max. So sorry, I just punched the microphone. I'm so sorry if that was loud. But yeah, these are, so, these are the glasses. This is one of the 2 giant boxes that they sent from last April. And I've shown them off. Oh, God. I've shown them off a dozen times, but I just like to keep showing them off because some people may not have seen them. We get new people in the community. We have people who've been in the community forever who haven't seen them. And because we're streaming with Gunnar every Monday from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. Use code PIXEL2025 for 15% off your Gunnar purchase. And because we are always streaming, I like to show off the glasses every now and then. I've given a few away. Not a lot, though. There are a couple glasses that I think are now out of stock, and I don't think they're coming back, that I think I can give away. But besides that, I had them all. I have them all to have people try on when the people want to see them. Ooh, Bad Omens. Yeah, Bad Omens is a good one. You see MCR in August? No way. My Chemical Romance, right? On Saturday, I went to Coheed and Cambria. You know, fun fact. Oh, wait, let me read the rest of your message before I distract myself. Coheed and Shinedown, but we don't count them because they suck. Oh, really? So, fun fact, Coheed and Cambria was part of the first concert I ever went to when I was 15 years old. My boyfriend at the time took me, oh no, I was 16. He was 15. And he took me to my first concert, which was a Slipknot concert, and Trivium and Coheed and Cambria opened for Slipknot. So those are the first 3 bands I saw my very first concert. It was super cool. Thanks, Dagos. Yeah, I listened to like a little bit of everything. Willie, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Max, it has been a very long time for me as well. I just, I don't know. I don't like leaving my house. I think the last concert I went to was a Dropkick Murphys concert, and that was, oh, I forgot to show you guys the website, my bad. That was a Dropkick Murphys concert, and that was in 2017 or 2018. Powerwolf? What's Powerwolf? Is that a band? That is the wrong case. Oh. No. There we go. There we go. Okay, that's my prescription glasses. Non-prescription. Okay. Oh, is Pride? I've never gone to Pride. I don't, like, as gay as I am, I don't think I ever will because that's way too many people for me. Really? Okay, wait, hold on. Fox, are you in the Discord? It's okay if you're not. But it'll help me if you are. But it's okay. Again, it's okay if you're not. I leave my house for it, and you should go, oh, really? Nightshade Jane, who was your last concert you went to? You are not? Okay. No, you're totally fine. You don't have to. So, for any of you guys who don't know, I'm currently making a, here, I'll show you guys. I'm currently making a community-suggested playlist. And so, I asked the community to share their favorite songs, and this is what everyone suggested. A perfect amalgamation of everyone's taste. And so, this is, so far, I asked this on Twitter. I have not asked on Discord yet. But This is everyone's music suggestions on Twitter. I did try looking up Dango's The Wake Me Up Inside from Goofy. That they do not have it. They do not have that song, unfortunately. Antifox, I'll get that in a second. Thank you. But I want to ask in the Discord, too, because Twitter only goes so far. I know, Dangos, I'm so sad. But these are all the songs that people requested on the Twitter post. I have not gone through, because a lot of people recommended bands, like artists. I'll get it. Oh, you have it on Spotify? That'd be awesome. If you have it, and then I can add it to the playlist. That'd be so funny. Because Dagos and I were talking about that Raven would love it, but I did not add artists yet. If I do an artist, like, so say, I forgot, who did you recommend? Powerwolf. Okay, so for anyone who is suggesting, like artists, I'm just gonna go to the artist page and I'm just gonna add to the playlist. Oh, not to my like songs, no, not like songs. Community suggested playlist. And I'm just gonna go to the first 2 songs, the first top songs, community suggested playlist, and that's what I'm gonna do. And every time someone has an artist, I'm gonna add it to the community playlist and just add the first 2 songs. Unless I want the playlist to be bigger, then I'll maybe do like the top 5 songs. But that is the plan for right now. So these are all the individual artists, except for the 2 Power Wolves at the bottom. Oh no, X Love was another one that I did for an artist. So everything above. So everything above here are all songs that people specifically suggested. So that's what I'm working on right now. I suggest Skinny Puppy. Any song works. Oh, I'm not gonna do it on stream right now, but I'm gonna have a post on either respond to the post on Twitter, Ratbat, or respond to the Discord thing when I do that eventually. I just haven't done it yet. I could do it probably maybe tomorrow. All right, let me get that invite for you. Add invite link, 1 use, copy. No, yeah, of course. Oh, you already did it? You already did it? Oh, you already got the invite? Yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry. Usually when I'm not in the middle of a game, I've been doing it because usually they don't have to do the whole message thing. But sometimes people just don't have the yeah, cuz I said I was going to do it, but it's okay. No problem. I appreciate that. Cuz I know it's easier for me cuz if someone doesn't have like their messages turned off, I could do it because I can get around it because if you follow me, because people usually follow me. Have you added the duck song? What's the duck song? Melrose Avenue, small metalcore band from Australia. Dope. Your Pride got canceled this year for 2026? Why? If you don't mind me asking. I'm seeing 2 more shows this year. Evanescence in the summer and Frankie Benjamin. You have tastes that I enjoy because a lot of your tastes in bands and artists are like what I used to listen to like in high school and college, and that's like where my comfort is. But they are old, so you never know. I missed a band 2 days ago since no one wanted to go. Oh, really? What band was it, Ratbat? Okay, I think I'm caught up on messages. Oh, thank you, Riv. I just saw this, your other message. Sorry, making sure I didn't miss anything. How do we assess the community playlist? I'll post it publicly when it's done, right? Should I do it when it's done, right? Oh no, it was alright, Raven. I said I was gonna do it, but no problem. Thank you. I appreciate that. I spent money on Overwatch. What did you do, Slasher Buddy? permit issues. The whole mess. Everyone's mad and sad and angry. No, that sucks. I wonder what the permit issues, what permit issues that is. That's so frustrating. Frontline assembly and industrial bands, but I hope they'll come back. I'm so sorry, Rat Bat. They just missed it. Which bunny skin? That's funny! The duck song that tries to buy grapes from a lemonade stand? No, I don't think I've ever heard of it, but apparently Dangos has. That's very funny. I bought the Juno and Domino bunny skin. That's funny. I love that for you. Slash your buddy! Yeah, I'll post it. I'm not gonna make it to where I'm definitely not gonna make it to where everyone can edit it, you know what I mean? But I'll post it so like people can listen to whenever I have it done, for the most part, right? Like I'll still add to it whenever people have suggestions for it. What are you doing to Jasper? Are you sniffing him? You doing a heckin' sniffs? You're so cute. Also, I'm still wearing the shoots that Anonymous got for me off Throne, so thank you. I'm still wearing that. Activating maximum cute. He always has maximum cute. Big stretch. Oh, I missed it. Oh, Raven, did you see? Here, let me take him off. Oh, look at them. Oh, my feet are so cold now. Aren't they so cute? So yeah, this is from Anonymous. They got from me off my Throne wish list the other day. You're so cute. Boot goofing? They're so cute. I'm so glad they fit too. Jasper, so he's sitting in the box now that I moved it off camera. But I had that on camera so you guys can see his cute cat butt sit in a box. Alright, well I guess I'll put my Crocs back on. Those boots are really nice and they're really comfortable. I was sitting the entire time, but still. You know, shoes can still hurt, even if you're just sitting. I'd wear the heck out of those. I could send you the link on the Amazon, or at least the name of it, and see if they're in Canadian Amazon. But yeah, they're super cute. These were in a ladies 11, and I was really worried that they wouldn't fit, but they do. Quite perfectly. I want boots like those now. Do you guys want the link? Because I think I have them on my Amazon wishlist too. Oh, you got a clip of it. Thank you. Wish list. Link! Alright, it's probably gonna be a big link though. Alright, it's not on this wish list. No one gets left behind. Oh, ladies 11? Are we the same shoe size? I'm a men's 9, ladies 11. Also, reminder that Raven is like an Amazon. You're like, what, 5'11"? How tall are you? Tall. Bubble Penguin! I'm men 6, ladies 9. 69? Bubble Penguin. Bigger with a forehead, kissy. Okay, so I guess I don't have any of my things. Is it in my cart? Might be in my cart. If you guys just heard my stomach growl, no, you didn't. Shh, 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 shh. They are in my cart. Okay. They're in my cart. But for my save later. Okay. Alright. This is the link. You're just under 6 foot? Must be nice. Good evening, princess. I've never checked my lady's shoe size. What men's shoe size are you? Generally, it's 2 to 3 shoe sizes bigger than your men's shoe size. I'm a men's 13. So you're shit out of luck. Yeah, you're SOL. Oh, Brother Penguin B2. Are all the mods the same shoe size? I'm a men's 9, but men's 9.5 I could fit in. That's so funny. Yeah, men's 13. I'm a women's 8.5. Okay. I can't wear heels for important functions. I mean, you can. They do make women's size 15 heels. I used to sell them at my store that I used to work at. I think the biggest heeled shoe we had, I think, was a 15. That was the biggest women's heel we had. Yeah, Spades is small. Yeah, I think that's average size foot for AFAB, right? But so far, Bravo Penguin, you, me, and Raven have the same shoe size. I want a size 9 ladies when I was 12. You were a size 9 ladies when I was 12? I don't remember what shoe size I was when I was a kid. I just remember having big feet all my life. But I don't know. If you look at my feet, they don't look big because everything on my body is big. So I feel like I'm proportionate. Oh, yes, you do. Size 7 in men's or ladies. Thanks, Dad. Oh, a big stretch! Big stretch, Muffin! You're so cute! Do you like Mommy's new shoes? Well, don't like them too much because I know you like to eat shoes. Shout out to all my Crocs that are in the graveyard because of him. In men's? You're a size 7 in men's? You did the baby! I'm a 9-10 in men's? Okay, yeah. So same shoe size. Same shoe size. Words are hard. Alright, let me close out of my Amazon. I'm a 10 men's, but once fit into my boyfriend's size 5. What? What? I have blasted me Croc Charms over the past year. It stuffs me. So, you know what? I have never worn Croc Charms before in my life until I got these Pokemon Crocs, and they came with Croc Charms already on. I've never had charms before, but these are already on them. So this one, my left foot has Bulbasaur and Charmander. Oh, these are men's 10, but I think that was because the men's 9 was sold out. So these are really big. And then these has the Pikachu and Squirtle. Yeah, these are pretty big, but the size 9s are sold out. They're from Target. Oh, I bet, Brad. You wear white Crocs? Man, my dogs would make those dirty so fast. Hello Kitty charms. What do they just leave because of like your normal like walking around, or like does an animal steal them from you? Because for me, my dogs would eat them probably. Oh, really? Something I found out is HRT makes you get taller and your shoe size grow, and it sucks. Yes, Boo attacked the pet. Wait, so did your shoe size get bigger with HRT? Also, can I just say, I have always been super self-conscious about my shoe size. Shout out to Anonymous for getting me those shoes, because I left the shoe size in that link, and so everyone on Twitter now knows my shoe size. And I'm really glad that we're having this conversation, because so many people also have similar shoe sizes to me. So thank you for making me feel validated. Size 6 in women's and 4 in men's. Oh, so I think that's what Spades is, right? 6 in women's and 4 in men's, I think. Oh, interesting. Okay, music. I can't have my feet get any bigger, River. Oh, no. Get wrecked. My friend's brother and boyfriend have matching Pokemon Crocs. They wear them to every concert. You're so cute. Oh my god, I was leaving to the Malort Crawl on Saturday, and I was so, like, nervous because, you know, it's peopling. I was so nervous. My brother met me at my house because we took my car to drive, and, well, he drove, because I'm not going to drive to the city. Ugh, heck that. And I walk out in the door, and it was like, I looked out, I'm wearing my Crocs. I was like, I gotta change my shoes. I totally forgot. I got 2 feet out of my house. I was like, wait, I gotta put my shoes on. No tea or shade to anybody that wears Crocs out IRL, but I absolutely refuse to wear Crocs out in public. Not because it was a shame thing, but they just don't feel like real shoes to me. I would feel like I'm wearing slippers out in public. Like, because I don't wear shoes in my house. I only wear my Crocs in my house because I can't go barefoot because I have 3 cats and 2 dogs. I'd be stepping in like cat vomit or cat litter because I have to vacuum like once a week. I have to sweep every single day. There's cat hair, dog hair everywhere. So I can't stand the sensations of fur under my feet. So I can't walk around barefoot. But I walk around in my Crocs. But I can't wear shoes in the house because I think that's gross. My last job, I was told I have ogre feet. But that's really mean. I will wear slippers out of my house. I don't care. Will you really? I can't do it. I found them, but they're twice the price. On to throne they go. That sucks that they're twice the price. So what? They're probably like, what, $100 then, eh? Because I think they were $48 on the link I just posted. Oh, really? Were the black ones available too? 132. Jesus fucking Christ. What's up, unbelievable Magus? I hope I said your name right. Why would anyone want to be judgmental about shoe size? People are judgmental about everything, and it sucks. Yeah, what do you want me to do? Shrink it? Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. People suck. People will judge you on everything, especially physically. God forbid. God forbid there's something about us that we can't change without, like, millions of dollars of surgery, if we would even want to. Because I don't want to change my foot size, but when I was growing up, I wanted to, because I was so self-conscious about it. People suck. End tweet, period, retweet, repost. I heard some things. Oh. Did you hear that I cried earlier? I don't want to talk about it. Or did you hear about how big my feet are? Put this on a shirt. Yes! People suck, period. That makes me really funny. Just people suck. Everyone say, hi, Moore is here, Moore is here. I came to bully you, Moore. Everyone say, hi, Moore! Everyone say hi to my mods and tell them how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. And someone go buy Raw Raven. Someone go buy Raw Raven these shoes off her throne wish list. Thank you, Mama J. Bully me for shoe size, weight, the fact that I shop at thrift stores? Were they all... I'm gonna guess. Okay. Either millennial, white, blonde, millennial women, or were they Gen X or older, white, any hair color women? Am I right on any of those? No offense to any millennial white blondes in chat, but I wear a size 12 in women's and like a 10 in men's as a 6'1" clothing fucking sucks to buy. That sucks. Yeah. But hey, thank you for the Prime sub. Anti-Fox, thank you for the 11 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and your sub badge. Thanks, Supernova. I'll take my size 9. Yeah, like, God forbid, right? The first one, except they weren't all blonde. Really? As a white millennial lady, I'm so sorry. But to be fair, I never peaked in high school. I haven't peaked! I'm still waiting for it. I'm still waiting for my peak. I'm adding a bunch of booths to it now. Oh my god. Also, I think only like 3 people have a link to my throne. Can they just like search it? Like, can't I just search? I'm gonna test it out. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh! Guys, oh, I'm sorry I derailed, but we did try on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We did try on 8 pairs of Gunners today. Yippee! Guys, we're gonna end our Gunnar segment. Gunnar, I love you. Thank you for putting up with me. Everyone tell Gunnar Optics how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. And also, do not forget that they have their mystery box special for 15 doll hairs for a mystery box of Gunners. pretty heckin' cool. Also, don't forget to use code PIXEL2025 for 15% off your Gunnar glasses. Everyone say bye, Gunnar. We see you next Monday. Everyone say bye-bye. W Gunnar. Thanks, guys. You guys are so hot. All right, now I'm going to change my audio. Give me like 10 seconds. I'm not going to speak. Oh, hi, Rymie. Rymie, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. You have impeccable timing. Our sponsor segment with Gunnar just ended. And so now we can speak freely. We may speak freely. You're here. Oh, and we're going to open up some Pokemon cards. You guys want to open up some Pokemon cards? Hi, Rymie. Rymie, how was your stream? Everyone go tell Rymie how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. What were you up to? Tell us everything. What the hell? What the hell? Oh! Wait, what level hype train do we get the Georgie March? What's up, Blurry? I was doing a copycat day. Oh, heck yeah, dude. I love that. That's awesome. Guys, if you guys enjoy Dead by Daylight, everyone go follow Rymie. Also, Rymie, if you need to go raid and run, do not feel bad about doing so. Please get your post-stream stretchies. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Georgie March is level 5. Okay, well, I was hoping to be like a level 2 or something. Never mind. Panda Monster. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. We're about to go play some Overwatch. Oh, yes! Oh my god, Rymie, please do! Oh, it's so good. Oh, one of the very few animes that I've actually watched. But Rymie, please get your post yourself here. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm about to swap over my audio to my non-sponsored segment audio. Let me change that really quickly. I'm gonna stop talking for like 10 seconds while I swap over the audio. So give me a little bit. Hello? Oh! Wait, can we do a raid trailer now? Do you guys hear that? This game just seems like just a bunch of cheap jump scares. What in the M. Night Shyamalan signs is this?
She had seen during her time with the
Boobies!
cult.
Honkin' tibbies! Those are knockers! I actually kind of want to stay on the screen again. God, is that the hatch right there? Yo, speedrun. Because I might have a big butt, but I got a small brain.
Okay, crawl upstairs, crawl upstairs, crawl.
I love your titsy stuff. Thanks. So, anyways, first of all, thank you so much for the raid, Rymie. Thank you for the 5 gifted subbies. Loki, thank you for your subby wubby. Thank you guys for gifting subbies. Tombs, Empress Hecate, Nova Lipso, Eugene Weisbart, Hexa Wolf, Catnip the Great, and Eno Sky. Thank you so much. War, let me know what color pussy you like. I can say pussy now because I'm not in the sponsored video anymore, so pussy. Would you like a pink pussy? Orange pussy? What's this happening? Guys, alright, we're already at the raid. We're already at the trailer. Hype train. We only needed level 2 for Georgie. We're gonna unlock him. It's so, oh my god, I'm gonna cry. I want that damn frog emote so much. I'm gonna do crying things. Raven, thank you for giving the subby too. Badger. Bravo Bego, thank you for the 100 bits. Alright. Okay. Oh, so if you guys want Georgie March, you guys. Okay, I see. Now you have to. Okay, now I understand. Wait, we needed level 3 to complete level 2 and unlock the emotes. Wait, so do we get Georgie March or we know? Do we get Georgie, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm gonna be so happy, you guys. I'm gonna make it everybody's problem as soon as we get Georgie. I'm gonna add it to like every like stream elements command or anything like that. So if we got level 4, then we'll unlock 3 emotes. Oh, there's only one that I care about. Excuse me. Sorry, I burped. I'm really excited. You guys got an excited burp out of me. Supernova, thank you for the 100 bits! What the hell? Sorry, I'm getting like really... I want this emote so much. I hear screaming, I'll be back. Oh, okay. It's not me, is it? Jade, you're gonna get punished. Jade, thank you for the 215 emotes. Oh, Shabby, yes, of course, of course, of course. Oh my god. Oh, also, how high are you? Instead of hi, how are you? Shabby's gonna be playing! Shabby's me mate. Shabby's kind of like contractually obligated to play with me in every single video game that I play ever, apparently. Oh! Okay, so no one else do anything. As far as I'm concerned, okay, the hype train's over. Guys, don't do anything, please. I'm not, like, this is not me. This is not me being like, oh, guys, don't give me money. I'm like, Lily, don't give me money. I want to unlock Georgie. War is here. Oh, bet! Okay, cool. Also, why does this look like an exclamation point? Okay, I don't want to talk about it. I'm just really excited about Georgie. All right. What kind of kitty do I want to do for you? Wait, we playing? Yes! Yeah, you got some time. I really want to wash my hands. My hands feel weird. Oh, I don't need this pin no more. What should we do pinned? Which should we pin? Bogo? Bogo? Bogo, right? Bogo. Hide my lips for you. PP! I had the biggest PP. Wait, who stole my big PP? Was it Mama J? Someone stole my PP by 1 inch. Which one of you bastards stole my big penis of the day by 1 inch? The real question was your brat. There it is. Whoa! Yeah, you're gonna have fun with that. You're gonna have real fun with that. The hype train stopped. Was it Bravo? No, Bravo wasn't here yet. Bravo would never steal my big penis of the day. Where is my Georgie? Oh, more interesting. Hello, what's up, Cincy? Hype chests are on the way. All right, we'll give mine already because I want to use my Georgie. Since Ewok happy Monday/Tuesday. Depending your time zone. Yes! I got it! Yes! I'm so happy! I'm so happy you didn't get it! That sucks for you, man. Oh, that sucks for you. Oh, wait, I'm really sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm really happy that you guys got a really cute emote because that's a super cute emote. I don't think I have that one. Oh, I do have it. Yippee, but I got Georgie. I'm so happy. Oh, thanks, guys. You guys are the best. Oh, I'm so happy. I keep this emote forever, right? Look at him just doing his little walks. I want to die. I'm gonna cry. I'm sorry. I really like him. I really like frogs. Oh, man. Yeah, that frog's cute, okay? But I really like that frog. Oh, I just love big, fat, ugly frogs so much. They make me so happy. I'm sorry. I'm getting emotional. This is part of the TISM. I love frogs so much. You got using bumpies? I will. Let's bump up the jam. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm really, really excited about that damn frog. Frog still scaring me? Good. More for me. Oh, not good that they scare you. I'm sorry. I'm really happy right now. I'm sorry. I'm so happy. It's the small things. All right. What kind of face do you want? You know what? You know what? I have a face for you. I have a face for you. Yeah, I didn't get it either. I think it was only for... I think hype chests only go out to people that participate in the hype trades, right? Oh, wait. Oh, no. She's actually... Oh, no. I actually cried. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hi, Rootsy! Rootsy. Mwah. Think with a forehead. Kiki. Bottle it. No! No! Oh, a tear actually fell down my eyeball, guys. Oh, man. Shut up, Jasper. Mommy's really, really happy right now. Alright. I haven't done this cat in a while, so this is what you're getting. Oh, he's cute. Okay. Boss beated. Wait, what are you playing right now? Well, if it did, then I'd break level 3. Well, don't do that. Oh. Thank you, War. Your cat is doing this. Oui. And in case it wasn't clear what he was doing with his hands, because I don't know how to draw hands, I wrote oui on it. Also, don't look at your upside down eye, by the way. I don't know what happened there. Oh my god, I'm so happy. Thank you. Oh, War! I was gonna say, you're the only other, or there's only 2 yellows up there, but the only other yellow cat is you. So you have 2 yellow kitties. Oh, War. Vodka. Pink Whitney. Malort. Tequila Reposado or Tequila Blanco. I have to wash my hands because I don't know why. I don't know what I've been touching. Maybe it's like all the glasses or something. But I really want to wash my hands. So let me do that really quickly. Break from the Malort, please. What do you mean? I've only had like 20 shots of Malort this weekend. Alright. Jasper, yes. Oh, so much better. Literally anything else? Alright, chat. What do you guys want? Chat, do you guys want vodka? Pink Whitney. Not Malort. Oh, rum! Rum was the other one, War. I forgot about that one. Tequila Reposado or Tequila Blanco? Tequila! Alright, we have a vote for tequila. We have a vote for vodka. What do we, anything else? Also, to the shock of nobody, I'm going to be drinking it out of this very, very clean, totally clean, absolutely very, very clean Canadian shot glass. Shout out to Canadian mommy. Raw Raven. Rob? Okay. Ah! You're right, there's no cat hair, there's dog hair in there. Silence! How high are you? Oh, I see the cat hair now. I see it, Rootsy. I see it. Oh, that is dog hair, though. So you're right. No, there's no cat hair. Sorry that I got emotional tonight earlier, guys. Also, I do want to reiterate that the conversation did not bother me. She happens if you're still here. I want you to know that, like, you were so perfect. Like, I'm not upset with anybody. Yes, I got upset, but I got upset thinking about all the assholes that have been assholes to me about the tism. You know what I mean? So I want to reiterate, it's like, yes, I got emotional. I'm sorry. I got angry. But I'm also still reeling from my anger from yesterday. I was really, really... blech. It's fine. Jasper! Yeah, should I have Jasper come and, like, wipe his face on the shot glass? Get some cat in there? Cheers. That's a really big shot of rum. Yummy! I'm really trying not to get the cat hair in my mouth. Yum! Damn it! Damn it! You know, if you just power through the Pink Whitney, you can finish it faster. Girl, that is a 1.75. That is a 1.75 liter. Power through this? Through this? 1,000 gifted. I'm just joking. No, not. I wouldn't be able to drink that. I couldn't even drink water. That much water at once. How much alcohol-y? 30. What the hell's Pink Whitney? Disgusting. It's basically pink lemonade vodka. It tastes like ass. Because we go back to the fact that I hate lemonade. I could drink. I don't think I could. Not at once. Sorry. I burped. Sorry, rum. It's just pink lemonade that makes me happy. Yeah, there's some weird people in this chat, though, that like Pink Whitney. Like Rootsy. How pink your Whitney. Stop. Oh, okay. Sounds like you would have been so happy with me. I made so many I'll blank your blank jokes during the Malort crawl on Saturday. More of a soda person? See, Planet Autism, you'd be so proud of me, maybe. I don't know. That today is day 8 of me not drinking soda. How long has there been Echo? How long has there been an echo and no one told me? Thanks, Planet Autism. Is this better? Is the audio better now? Guys, I didn't realize that my Gunnar mic was on the... There's an echo? There was not an echo? Oh, good. Okay, so I turned off my Gunnar mic. No echo. Oh, weird. I turned off my Gunnar mic and for some reason it came back on. But apparently you guys didn't have an echo, so never mind. You guys are good. But for some reason I had 2 audio sources up. So we're good. How they extract it. I don't want to know about science about it. I'm glad you guys didn't hear an echo that. You're sipping a Jack and Coke right now? Oh, yum. I'm a bad influence. You're just an influence. You're drinking lemonade right now? Ugh, you can keep it. Ugh, I hate lemonade. Cranky? I was cranky once. They put me in a room. A rubber room with rats. Wait, oh, I am friends with War. Yippee! Okay, cool. I sent War and Shabby invites. I am down to play Stadium if you guys are, but if you guys want to do something specifically, let me know. I play Mama J, absolutely. Are you online? How'd you move? Okay, that's you, right? Perfect. Alright. Man, did I drink G Fuel after that? Because there's like... Yeah, you hear Panic Disco? Yeah, you do. I love Panic. I don't remember drinking anything after that. That's better. Oh, man. Directive 8020 or... I'm gonna say Directive 8020 because that's what I want to play. I love you, Panic. Yippee! Can you shut the... Also, Shabby! Shabby, join my fudging game. Guys, we're gonna open up a pack of Pokemon cards. Do you mind? Arcade? Do I do arcade? Okay. Whatever you guys want to do. Me run? Okay. Me here. Me invite. But we're gonna open up a pack of... Wait, guys, bless it! Bless it! Guys, kiss it! One more invite? I got you. Bless it! Kiss it! Kiss the pack of Pokemon cards! That's not blessing. Smoochies? Oh, good kisses. Good, 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 good. One more. One more kissy and I'll open it. One more. You know, I'll take a crab rave. I'll take a booty. That was crazy once. Alright, so this is Destined Rivals. This is me fighting all of you guys. Oh! Smash your pass! Smash your pass! Smash or pass. All right, everyone has to type smash or pass. Will you... Okay, we're going to start over. So, smash or pass Pokemon cards. You guys have to type smash or pass depending on what Pokemon card we pull out, all right? That's what she said. All right, so who wants to get fisted? Smash. Slugma. Slugma. Pass. Yanma. Pass. Gibble. Smash. Pineco. Smash. Smash. Toadscruel. Definitely smash. No questions. Pass. Spiritomb. Pass. Pinsir. Smash. Smash, 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 smash. Relic! Smash. Beldum. Pass. Smash! Smash! Very cool. Yeah, like, Growl is so cute, but, like, smash. Pinsir. I think Toadscruel is probably the most smashable thing. You know what I mean? Beldum, smash me! You know, they probably could. I think they're pretty heavy, no? What's the weight on Beldum? 209 pounds! For that little guy? Mash into fish paste and eat. Oh, Gyarados, he didn't mean it! Alright, what are we playing? Arcade? Arcade? What, Stadium? I mean, I wouldn't mind Stadium. Oh, what Stadium? Do you want to play it to see? I've never played Stadium? Well, let's do it once and see what you guys think. What do you guys think? Let's just do once. And let us know what you guys think. I'm picking Tank! Fuck you guys! No, I do not! Slasher Bunny! I do not. Hi, Shadowhawk! Shadowhawk, how are you doing, homie? Slasher Bunny, are we friends on Steam? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Perfect. Does Stadium do 5 or 6? I think Stadium is 5. I think we are. Okay, well, you send me a friend request. You can send me a friend request. No one else can. Just 5? That's okay. We can do something else with 6 people. What's up, Dark Ragnar? It's going fantastic. How are you doing? No. You stay. You stay, Mama J. We'll find something to do with 6 people. Is it too hot here? Went from like a day or two of spring weather to being on the face of the sun. I have had the AC on for, this is the 2nd day that I've had the AC on, and I'm mad. I don't like having the AC on because I'm a frugal beach, but it's better than being sweating my butt off. No, 6 is good, because there's like quick play with 6 people, right? But if you guys want to do Stadium, there is 6v6? Okay. Well, if you guys want to do Stadium, we can either just do a game right now while we wait for Mama J and Slasher. Oh! I have a friend request from Salted Loki. My bad, Loki. Did not realize that I had a friend request from you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Bravo and Slasher. Oh, that's right! Mama's already in here. Want me to DM you a friend code? Sorry, want to check how to. Wait, on Steam or on Overwatch? I'm doing well, just stayed out of the 100-degree weather. Ugh. I hate hot weather. Steam? Oh, yeah. Send me a friend request here. Do I come up on there? For you? Whatever works for you. Slasher. Whatever works for you. You want to DM me a friend code? Whichever is cleverer. That shot went straight to my head. I'm ready for another one. Guys, do I take another one? And if anyone says Pink Whitney, you're gonna get banned. Oh, Louisiana. Oh, I do not envy you. Yeesh. I'm Chicagoland, right? So, sure, we get, like, every single season in a day, but we don't get like disgustingly hot and humid like the South does. So I'm so sorry. Malort, tempting. Sent it. The friend request. I'm assuming you are Slinger equals head. I'm not even gonna check. I'm not even double checking. I know that that's you. Slasher! Why? All right. Well, okay. Let's actually do a quick game of Stadium before Bravo Penguin gets in, just so you guys can see it. Dibs on tank. Fuck you guys. Dibs on tank. I'm sorry, but if I don't pick tank, then you guys are gonna have to deal with someone who doesn't know what they're doing. So I'm sorry, you're gonna have to do. I'm sorry, unless someone else really wants tank, they're gonna have to kiss me for it. My oldest son's friend wanted to try Malort, so I granted him his wish. Really? What's up, Elder Itched? Sorry. Welcome in. I'm happy to have you here. I played it like 2-3 times. It's pretty cool. I've really liked it. We played it the entire day on, what was it, Saturday, right? I'm also someone who doesn't know what they're doing. Oh, yippee! Wait, really, Bravo? But welcome in, Elder. I wonder who Slinger equals head is. Yeah, I like the song so much. This is my favorite song from, would you say Shinedown? Yeah. I don't listen to a lot of songs from Shinedown, but I really like this song. Hi, Jojo. Want to say hello? Who's good boy? She's gonna become an Overwatch 2 streamer eventually. Here's hoping. It's like regular Overwatch, but in a series of rounds, and you can customize your character and oh, that's right, you make a build. You make builds. Smashable? Oh, cool. But look at how cute she is. Oh no, it's right. Caps Lock is a safe space here. Or this is a safe space for Caps Lock here. Slinger equals head. I'm sorry, it's very funny. It is very funny to me. Alright. It's high noon. I know I haven't done my Duolingo. Shut the fudge up. God. And who is this? I don't remember. Torbjorn? Oh, that's right, Jetpack Cat. That's right. Torbjorn. Okay, that's what it is. Cool.
We're almost ready to get this game started.
You guys hear the game, okay?
Looks like the heavy hitters are coming.
Oh, it's a Winston. Sweetie. Mwah. They go the forehead kiss. See, I was talking about you earlier.
To the armory. The teams are gearing up. Every choice is crucial.
Was that a cat? This is right here. Slasher Bunny. That's your buddy kitty cat. Torborn. What is this shot? I love him. Hanzo's cool. I don't think I've really played him much. I just like how you get to see my little horsey crawl. She's so cute. Bingo. He's so cute, right? Yes, I am very new to Overwatch. I played it a couple times in 2020. And then recently, I've only played, this is like my 4th time this year playing.
Teams have 20 seconds left.
Meow! Meow! He's so cute. Also, this is our first time with a full lobby too, by the way. Yes! Elder, who do you like to play as? Oh, also, Shadowhawk, I'm gonna edit a bunch of the photos and videos that I took at the Malort crawl, and I'll put them in Discord and on YouTube. Okay. Alright, everyone shut up. I'm locking in. Anran and Juno. Okay, I don't know who either of those people are. I've heard of Juno. I don't know who Anran is, though. I cannot wait to show you. Well, everybody. Oh, one of their people on their game left. So it's 5v4. Help, 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 help! Fuck, that's alright. But I did share the more experiences with people, and that's all that matters. Am I being revived? Oh, you're gonna learn to regret that. Oh, wait, you're Slasher Buddy. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Look at us go!
Nicely done. Keep it up.
Oh, they're coming. Meow, 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 meow.
Leaving them in the dust.
Hey, 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 hey! Thank you. Thank you, whoever that was. It's so cool, beautiful team. It is amazing, beautiful team. Nice! That was Jetpack Cat did that. Oh, she left. That's right. That's right. I pulled them away from the objective, so that's close enough, right? Yeah. Shield, shield, shield. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, that's alright. Holy. Is one of the newer DPS heroes? Okay. Yeah, I don't know who anyone is. I know who Diva is. I know who Reaper is. I know who High Noon guy is. What's his new name? I know Tracer. I know Torborn. I know Arisa. I know Arisa. I know Anna. Ah, that Mercy on their team is doing so good. Their Mercy is doing so much heals. Our heals are doing amazing. But man, I'm trying to get that. I'm trying to get that that Winston. Oh, Cassidy, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Next, time to face off in control.
Oh, I know who Wu Yang is. Oh, thank you so much for the follow! I'm so sorry, 3 minutes ago. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm sorry, I was locked in. Guys, we were really getting close to those 24,000 follows, guys. Jesus Christ. Cosmic King! Oh, hi, Cosmic King! Oh my god. Guys, use code KITTEN for 10% off your Cosmic Candle purchase! Are you shiitaking my mushrooms right now? Sweet Angel. Also, I know! I'm your newest Overwatch streamer. Overwatch main streamer. Cosmic Kate, how are you? Also, make sure you guys vote for Cosmic Candles in the Feudies for best sponsor. What's up, Stare and Dream? Welcome in. The Candle Wizard. Guys, no one tell Kate that I lick candles, alright? Guys, don't do that. Don't lick candles. Also, thank you guys so much for the follows. We are getting closer and closer to 24,000 followers. Guys, Cosmic Kate, the owner and creator of Cosmic Candles, is the most incredible and wonderful human. My woman crush every single day of my life. She is one of the creators that I look up to, one of the women that I look up to my whole life. She is very hot, very tall, very talented, very handsome. One of the hardest working women in the entire business. And I don't say this lightly, but someone I look up to and want to be when I grow up. You know what I mean? No, I seriously, I adore you, Cosmic Kate, so much. No! I still haven't burned my candle because if I burn it, then I won't be able to lick it anymore. But I have been burning my wax melts. Do you really, Loki? Well, as long as you're not licking it, you should be good. But okay, I love you so much. I'm so proud of you, and I'm so happy that you are getting recognized for fucking. Oh, I'm gonna die! Oh, I forgot to press E. Sorry, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm sorry. Oh, thank you, homie. I'm so happy that you're getting recognized in the beauties. Like, that seriously makes me so happy. Like, what an incredible thing, you know? Oh, shit. I'm dead. Yep. Use Arisa for— I love Arisa. I love Arisa so much. Yeah, I did get nominated for best horror streamer, whatever. I should post in the Discord and have people vote for me and vote for you. I did vote today. I voted for you, obviously. And there's a bunch of other homies I voted for. Hey! Winston! Damn it. Yeah, Winston is so good on their team. He's so good. Alrighty, so you got to win.
My allies need me.
Hard variety, it's true. I'm pretty sure War was there when I did that too, because I'm pretty sure War is the one that told me. It was like War and I think Burb. They were like, that sounds like a good idea. You should make that a thing. And they're the reason why I made that a thing. Oh my god! I'm being so rude. Kate, thank you so much for the raid! Everyone tell Kate how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. And everyone go follow her. And Kate, make sure that you go get all of your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and babies. Go eat, go bingo, boom, go stretch, go drink! Thank you seriously so much for the raid. I love you so much. Thank you so much. Welcome in, raiders. If you guys are new here, welcome in. I am PixelxKitten, and I am one of Cosmic Candles' ambassadors. Use code KITTEN. Did we have anyone say exclamation point candle? Hold on, I got it. Yeah, that was a rough one. But guys, make sure you guys use code KITTEN for— no, oh my god, 10 hours of drops. Can you believe it? 10 hours of drops. Amazing. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you very, very much. Truly, thank you so much for following. And enjoy your Lurky Turkey. Please get your post-stream self-care. Please, please, please. Cosmic Kate. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I think I'll post it in the Discord. I'll post a link to the feedies in the Discord. Oh, can't forget yours. Woochie, woochie. I love you so much, Kate. Oh my god, it's whatever. I'm feeling it. I'm in my feels. I don't know. I do feel like because this weekend was so exhausting for me, I do feel like my constitution's a little weak. You know what I mean? So I feel like I'm feeling my feelings. Like my good feelings and my bad feelings. Like a little bit more than normal, right? Handmade candles outperform store-bought nonsense over and over. Support a small business and get a better bang for your buck. As someone who might have a candle problem, the handmaids are superior. Okay, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, my constitution is so low, like, you're gonna make me cry, and it's not even my business. Oh my god. I do feel like it's almost about time for me to do, like, my yearly re-up of my wax melts, though. I did earlier, but not in a couple hours, Cosmic K. If you want to redeem it. Elder, you are so sweet. What the fudgies? Really? What about wax melters, Max? Because my old apartment was that way, too. We need to focus on this Mercy, because if you guys can focus on the Mercy, I can get the Winston. But again, you guys can do whatever you want. You guys are, like, the people that know what you're doing. Okay, okay, Winston's down, Winston's down, Winston's down. Oh, Winston's back up, Winston's back up, Winston's back up. My bad. Yeah, if someone can get the Mercy, I can get the Winston. Oh my god, now I'm being revived. That's so funny! Whoa! Okay, my bad. So I've seen the candle lamps. I've never used a candle lamp. I just use the wax melter. But I have seen the candle lamps, and I really think those are dope. Yeah, if we can get the Mercy, because I keep getting him down to like 90% down health, but also their Soldier 76 is like putting the work into us too. Really? Like more than a wax melter? Whoa! That was the fastest blast ever! That's right, we'll get him in the next round. Really? Oh my god, Elder. Not to like brag or anything, but I do have my own candle with cosmic candles, and it's called Pixel's Potion. And look, Cosmic Kate designed this entire thing. She made this on the first go, and she's like, should I change anything? And I was like, no, perfect on the first round. Perfect. Also, don't lick them, but they smell really good. Also, if you guys want them made out of real pixels, it is a pumpkin, vanilla, marshmallow deliciousness, and I want to eat it so bad. It does not taste as good as it smells. Don't tell Kate that I just did that, by the way. She gets so bad when I do that. But, no, this stuff smells so good. I have the oil diffuser, the candle, and the wax melts. Vine of leaves melting in my office right now. And the current one that I have right now is... to the shock of nobody, banana nut bread. Banana nut bread is what I'm burning right now. To the shock of nobody. I love banana nut bread is my second favorite after my own scent.
The arena is ready and waiting.
Oh, really, Mama J? Wait, why are we saying... Oh, you're being facetious. Okay. Nut. Matcha. I've never had that one because I remember you got like a sample of that one, right? The Elder. There are some good ones. If you guys are like bookies or like what do you guys call people that are into like books? Fucking nerds. No, I'm joking. But like, if you guys are into books, you'll love Cosmic Kate and Cosmic Candles because she is also a book nerd. All right, I'm gonna get to Mercy. Yeah. Okay. All right, now we can get her. Now we can get him. Yeah, see, we get that Mercy, we get the rest. I'm gonna start focusing on the Mercy then. I'm gonna start focusing on the Mercy. Yeah, cool. That's the strat, guys. I figured it out. So it was me. It was me who was messing up all along. I don't want to talk about it. But I did finally figure it out. I like books. Yeah. She does have incredible book collabs. What do you guys call book nerds? Mira, you know. Little book nerd. Shield, shield, shield. There we go. Oh shit, 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 shit! And the mercy, 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 mercy. Shield, shield, shield! Ah, I just got my shield. Just got her. Our librarians. I did something today that I never thought I'd do. I listened to my book on. You listened to my book on the hour-long drive. We're from. Shut the front door. Did you narrate it? Readers? I don't know. No way! Elder, shut the front door. If you guys need recommendations, let me know. That's so cute. Oh my god. I'm not gonna lie. So, okay. Some green flags in relationships. Green flags in relationships. Liking animals. Specifically, cats. If, especially if it's the, assigned male at birth. If they like cats, automatic green flag. A next green flag. If they enjoy candles. That's the next green flag. The next green flag is not being an abusive rapist. But like, on God, that's a green flag, right? Cool. Worth it. I finally got someone with my Mori, though. I got 2 people with my Mori, and I'm getting... Oh. I got 2 people. I'm glad you like that, Rootsy. I figured that one wasn't as triggered as my last joke that I didn't type in chat. Zombie! Thank you for the 5 stream streak. Can we get a slutty shout out for Zombie Magic? Zombie Magic is so hot and tall and talented and handsome, and he deserves so much love. You guys don't understand. He is so dope. Thank you for the show for Zombie, guys. Thank you guys so much. We did really well that round. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I dropped the ball because I feel like I should have been a better tank, and I'm so sorry. That's alright. That was still a really fun game. I can't count. It's such a funny name.
I need to see this again.
Oh, okay. No problem. No problem, Mama J. No problemo. Because now Bravo Penguin's gonna join us, right? We're gonna have 6 people. I didn't realize we couldn't change characters. That bar's past the floor and all the way to the sun. Yeah. Kishu! Kishu! Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss, see? Elder. I have that effect on people.
It's nice to feel appreciated.
Gay! Alright. Let's, leave. And... Oh shit. Did I leave? No, I didn't leave the game. Wait, no. How do I cancel? Okay, there we go. Bravo's ready? Okay, perfect. Do I need to invite her, or can someone else invite her? Because I gotta pee. Do you guys mind if I go piss girl? Oh, wait, should we do a tarot pull? I get the weirdest emails, guys. I get the weirdest emails. Anywho, what we do? Yes! Yes, I would do a tarot pull after I go pee. Because I really have to pee. Gay! I love yelling gay. I get a pass. Do you really, Rootsy? Well, I'm about to go pee. Remember when I used to message you every time I went to go pee? Actually, there are messages from you I need to check out from Discord. All right. Well, I'm gonna go piss, girl. You guys talk amongst yourselves. I'm sorry, that was probably really loud and jarring and annoying. I'll be right back. Was there like a chat? Oh, there's a chat right here. you message. There's someone in Wiki Way, but they don't nearly taste as weird. Interesting. Well, it also might be like an America thing, because like I feel like America's like chocolate is like shit. It's the gates are done? Or not the gates are done. The gens are done? Oh my god. Guys, I touched one generator. He doesn't want the sauce, guys. He doesn't want the sauce. Kit Kats are so good. Yeah, America just has like really like shit overprocessed garbage. However, speaking of which, hey Raven, if you want to try some American candy, I'll send some to you. Damn. Wait, this heal's going pretty slow, even with a medkit. Oh, I thought you would go for me. Damn, sorry, Pugman. Damn, that's funny as shit. Alright, well, I guess I'll go save my friends or something. Oh my god, I'm gonna step in a trap, though. Kit Kats are good. Kit Kats are always good. I don't think I've ever had a bad Kit Kat. Yo, don't they have, like, a bunch of, like, different, like, flavored Kit Kats? Like, you get, like, a strawberry, like, flavored one, like, a matcha flavored one. I would like that. Oh, God! Did I just... Guys, did I just smack both killers? No! Nah! Did I just get both killers? Can someone go back and see if I got both of them? Oh no! Ah! I'm going down. I'm yelling timber, you better move, you better dance. Right, where was the door, guys? Guys, where was the door? I did my Duolingo. Is candle licking the norm? No, I've never lit a candle ever. Rosie, why would you tell on me? Did you tattle on me? I've never licked a candle ever. It was really bad. Guys, don't lick candles. It was really bad. Busted. It really do be your own. Well, I was going to take a shot of Pink Whitney for Rootsy, but now maybe I'll take a shot of my butt for her. I'm joking. All right. I'll take a shot of Pink Whitney. Oh, look at this big old bottle. I'm sorry. I'm dead inside and I want to feel something. Bravo Penguin's online. Oh! Dangos, go, please don't thank me for stream. This has not been a good stream. Not because of you guys. You guys are fantastic. But I don't know. I feel really shit. Anytime I get in my feels or I get like angry or like upset or whatever, I always feel I lie awake in bed just like, kill me now. I'm gonna stop streaming. I'm never gonna stream ever again. Like, I don't know. I just fucking hate this. I'm so sorry. I don't know. I feel really bad when I get angry, and I get angry a lot in defense of like the TISM stuff. I don't know. It lingers. What about lingers? What lingers? Cheers. This is for Rootsy and no one else. Yummy! Yeah, there's a... Yeah, I think there's quick play. Are we gonna do a... I appreciate the cringe before and after the shot. Oh, speaking of cringe, 6-7! A lot of us share those feelings. Oh, really? But yeah, we'll do quick play, 6-person quick play. Whatever allows us to have 6 people. You know what? Bye. Not only did I just 6-7 her, but also I'm about to pull a tarot pull. So remember, if you guys don't want to be personally victimized by this tarot pull, mute the stream for like 5 minutes. I'll be back. Or I'm not leaving. 6-7. All right. What card? Oh, I want this one. I want this one, and this is gonna be a good one. Let's get victimized. Joker! Joker. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. 1v5 hide and seek. Oh wait, I think we did that before, didn't we? Oh, we've had this one. No, I don't know if we've had this before. Also, thank you, Bravo. There's a good space for anxiety ever, so really. Tangos, don't be nice to me. Because I'll just ban you. I love you. I love you, Tango, so much. I do. Don't encourage him, Cosmic Kate. I'll admit. We have the King of Cups in reverse. You're jumping to conclusions or acting callously. There could be someone else in your life that needs to hear this message instead. If the immature behavior of another is manipulating you, take a step back to protect yourself. Overreaction, manipulative, immature, volatile. You're jumping to conclusions or acting callously. There could be someone else in your life that needs to hear this message instead. If the immature behavior of another is manipulating you, take a step back to protect yourself. Yippee! Right? Also, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you. And I very much appreciate you. But that was our terrible. And what are we playing? 6v6 quick play. Are you guys okay with that? Because that's what we're doing. Do you guys want to see this new email I got today? Thank you. So cute. Thanks for the hype train earlier, guys. I'm sorry you guys didn't get them. Want to have a good poll? Not bad, right? Yo, you didn't see it? Show me again. You mean that one? Atlas Trials this week? Yes, I did put. Are you in the Discord? It's okay if you're not, Shabby. I don't think you are in the Discord. I did, because I've been doing weekly. No, you're so good, Shabby. I've been doing weekly, like, roundups, and, like, weekly recaps, and weekly, like, looking forwards tos in the Discord. And part of, you know what? Okay, question for you guys. For those of you in the Discord, do we like the weekly roundups and the weekly upcomings? And second question, for people who are in the Discord and or not in the Discord. Okay, awesome. Oh, that makes me so happy. For those of you either not in the Discord or are in the Discord, so anyone, this is for anybody who can answer. Do you want me to read them on stream? Because I've been thinking that maybe I could read them on stream too. Because I know not a lot of people who, like, are in the Discord also, like, see the messages. But also I know there's also some people who aren't in the Discord because they just don't want to or don't care to or because they have too many Discords that they're in. Yeah? Okay! Oh. My music is just not changing. Why is the music being a bitch? Okay. Well, my music pissed me. Alright, whatever. Alright! Alright. Ahoy, everyone! Weekly recap. Alright. Really? I'm the same way, Rootsy. Not with the grounded, but with, like, my time perception's weird. I need schedule in order to, like, keep track, right? Alright, so for those of you not in the Discord, or you guys are and you just have too many Discords to keep track of, is on top. Look at all those messages I haven't listened. Look at all these people that I don't message! And there's more. There's so many more. Oh, there's more after this, but yeah. Oh, look, Zombie Magic. I want space. Yep. Anywho, all right, everyone stop judging me. Don't judge me. There's more. There's so much more, but I'm obviously not going to click on it because then I'd be doxing all my messages. Weekly recap. We played Rainbow Six Siege with a bunch of you to see their new Rainbow playlist. We also unlocked a new Twitch badge while playing. Yippee! It was the Tachanka sub badge. I've seen some people in chat using it. I'm not sure if anyone here right now has it. We opened up a whole bunch of new Pokemon cards on stream, and I'll do my best to remember to post my hits in the Pokemon General chat. We did DBD 2v8 open lobbies on Friday. Thank you so much for everyone who played. I love 2v8 so much because it gives me more opportunities to play with more of you guys. We went to the Malure Crawl on Saturday, and I'll post pictures and videos ASAP once I have a chance to edit them all, and we'll try to post shorts on YouTube too. And then I also linked my YouTube so you guys can check it out there. Played Overwatch on Saturday because they have a ton of free drops to get. I attached a screenshot of all the available drops here. You need to watch up to 10 hours to get them all. Also, the funniest screenshot ever, thanks to Salted Loki. And thank you to Anonymous for gifting me these dope as fuck shoes from my Throne wish list. And that's, I'll read the upcoming in a second.
Only in unity will we find strength.
I'm really glad you guys like those posts, by the way, because I really don't. It would dox me. Oh, that's good to know. Thank you for that warning. Oh, I just realized I'm in first person. Ooh. Oh, are you a diva? Look at you! Look at you! Look at you! Look at me! Oh wait, look at you. Oh, oh, oh. I want to pick up your diva. Oh, you can do that? Shut the front door. Oh shit, shit, shit. Yeah. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, terrible! We will do one after this game, Kyle. Don't forget.
They will not break me.
Who is anonymous? Who's anonymous? Who's anonymous? Oh, you're about to get kissed. Oh, all on the lippies. Oh my god. So, I don't know if you guys can see the entire listing of what Anonymous just got from me off of my Throne wish list, but it is the, it is a ceramic frog dish, holder. Like a sponge. It's a sponge! It's a ceramic sponge holder, but it's in the shape of a frog, and it opens its mouth and it goes, ah! And you put the sponge in its mouth. My grandma, the one that passed away in 2020, had one. And when we were going through her belongings and trying to decide like what to keep or what to like donate and throw away and stuff like that, I was like, oh, I don't need this. I don't need this. I'm taking so much stuff already. Like, cause I took a bunch of stuff from my grandma's house. Like a lot of my stuff that's in my house is furnished from when my grandma passed away in 2020. And one of the things that she had, oh, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna fucking cry. One of the things that she had was this ceramic frog. Thank you. Just thank you so much. Because one, I love frogs. And two, now it has that sentimental like value to me too. So thank you so much, Anonymous. Also, Anonymous gets a because they did a throne thing, they get a frog, not a frog, I wish I had frogs. You get a cat or a dog that goes on my wall. Chat, tell me, which should Anonymous get? Should Anonymous get a cat or a dog? What should I put up there, cat or dog? Man up and cry, I'm gonna cry. You were so cute. Man up and cry! That was so cute. Ah! Yeah, shout to Anonymous because Anonymous, well, I don't know if it's the same person. Because it's Anonymous, so I don't know who the fudge you are. Doggo? Cat? Alright, well, frog? I don't have any frogs. I wish I had a frog, like, stencil or something. Really? I have, one of my rings. I have a lot of rings on my hands. One of my rings that I wear on my left hand is one of the rings that was from her, the same grandma, was from her, her jewelry. Was from her jewelry box that we're all, like, going through. It's, this elephant peach moonstone ring I wear every single day. I don't recall her wearing this ring. I don't recall her wearing this. But it was in her... Oh, there's perks! Wait. Left alt. I don't remember her wearing this ring, but it was in her collection, and it fit my pinky, so I was like, I want it. Also, I do want to apologize to my teammates that because we're in quick play, I'm probably not going to do too well, right? Because I don't know what I'm doing, right? I need someone to pick cat or dog for Anonymous. Because we have one vote for cat from Kyoshi. Kyoshi, did you change your name color? And then cat, dog, cat. Okay, cat wins. Thanks, guys. Thanks for breaking the tiebreaker. All right, so we're gonna do a cat for Anonymous.
If you want my help, you better be
These guys are just nerds. cool. Thanks, guys. Let's do Anonymous.
No one rests until this is done.
Oh, you know what? Anonymous gifted the shoes off stream. We could do a dog for the other Anonymous. But seriously, whoever you are, thank you so much. Because not only did I want it because I just wanted it, because I don't have a dish, like a sponge holder, it does have a certain sentimental value to me, so thank you. Very mucho. Oh, their healers got him. I found did you really? Oh, did you put it? I'm still on the announcements page. Did you put him in the mod thing? Nice. Nice. W assist. Yeah. Yeah, matcha. Okay, bet. Yeah, I have my announcements still pulled up. Thank you. Froggy, Ziggy Faz. Oh, like the ones I have for the kitty cats. Have a good night, Stare and Dream. Stare and Dream, thank you so much for coming to the raid. I don't remember which raid you came over. Did you come over with you came with Rhymy, right?
Meteor strike.
Regardless, Stare, thank you so much for being here and hanging out. I hope you have the best night ever. Thank you so much for being here. Oh yeah, damn. Damn. Who is that? The turret? Is that Torborn? No, that's not. Bastion. That's Bastion. Damn. He's so good. Yeah, Bastion's he's good. I kind of want to play as him. He seems really fun. But I won't. I'm gonna stick. Bastion's a devil. Oh, you mean so I should try him then? Because he seems like super fun to play as. Is Vile? Okay, so you guys are just telling me to play as him. Holy shit! I just spit everywhere. So you guys liked it. He is fun. I kind of want to try him. Look at him go. Oh, his name is Homefront too. Oh my god. I used to love playing Homefront so much. Has anyone here played Homefront before? God, that game was so much fun. That's what I'm saying! I was just telling chat that that's the thing that my grandma who passed away in 2020. That's like a very similar thing that she had. Nice. Finally, I killed somebody, guys. Look at me. It's very similar to the one that she had. So I'm very happy to have it. What is that? I love frogs so much. Did you see? Wait, Moon, did you see the hype train emote I just unlocked? Call that a plant. Oh, whatever. That you shot, and I'll do it again. Oh no, I did the thing, chat. Oh shit. Okay, there we go. There's like some button that I click that takes away my HUD, and I did it again. Thanks, Brad. I do kind of lock in a little bit as Arisa. Yes, Froggies! I love frogs so much, Toad. Alt Z.
That
Yeah, okay, that takes away my HUD. Oh shit, how do I make it come back? Okay, there we go. is that, yeah. I don't know, I was just pressing a bunch of buttons. That I probably shouldn't be pressing.
chance. We've got this. Hello there.
Oh, I gotta do my terrible after this. And we gotta take a shot for Anonymous. And then a cat and a dog for Anonymous. A cat for frog gift, and then a dog for shoe gift. Oh, they're above me. They're above me. That's why I keep hearing them. Oh, thank you, whoever's healing me. You're so hot. Oh, I almost saved whoever that was. So sorry, whoever died. I was 1 second away.
You cannot escape me.
Whoever's healing me, you are so hot. Is it Chevy or Slasher? Who's doing that? Someone's healing me. You guys are so hot. I am loving Overwatch. I am loving it. I'm not good at it, but I'm really enjoying Arisa. I think tank is like my my safe place. I feel really good at tank. I do really enjoy DPS, but I think tank is where I feel at home at the moment. That might change, but at the moment, it's Arisa. And I'm just like an Arisa. What do you guys call it? One shot. Thank you. I'm sorry. So moon quartz. If I have any mod that's available, do a shout out for moon quartz. I would love that. But like no pressure. But like also like here's a little bit of pressure. Because moon quartz also does a lot of Overwatch. Pocopia, etc. So you guys should give him lots of love. Oh, thank you, moderators. And he's also just like very hot and tall and talented and handsome gentleman. Yeah, who do you like to play as? One trick or main, yeah. I'm really enjoying Arisa. Really, Brad, I was like that for the longest time, but Overwatch isn't so bad for me. Because usually I do struggle with doing mouse and keyboard, but Overwatch is not so bad at the moment. I'm voting for me, I deserve it. Well, I voted for Shabby last time. A Mercy, oh no, okay. No, I remember your Mercy, I remember that. Alright, do you guys mind if I take you guys with me? Because there's a couple things I need to do, I'm so sorry. But I think I need to resync my Spotify or something because my Spotify's borked. But we gotta do our tarot pull, and then we gotta do the kitties and the dual keys. Yeah, okay, that's right. I forgot your Mercy. That was a good game. That was a really good game. It started off really rocky, I think, for us, but I think we did really well. Thanks, homies! I'm really glad you guys are playing with me. Thank you so much for everyone who's playing with me. I really appreciate it. I've never been good at Mercy. I tried her. I really enjoyed Widowmaker back in the day. I really enjoyed her. Oh, I want this one. I want this card. Whatever this card is, I want it. Alright, remember, if you guys like this card, you're welcome. Was that your first time ever, Bravo Penguin? Alright, so if you guys like this card, you're welcome. If you guys don't like it, blame Kyle. The Seven of Pentacles. Thanks, Jay! I didn't do anything. If it wasn't for my healer, I would have been fine. If it wasn't for my healer, I would not have done as well as I did. So whoever who was healing me, thank you! The Seven of Pentacles. You understand the value of hard work and investing towards long-term goals. You're not interested in quick wins. Your efforts will not go unrewarded. but you must remain persistent. So you're putting you're putting the work, you're putting the hours to take what's ours. Hi, Nikita. Life Weaver is my main. Oh my god, I played Life Weaver a couple times during like the hero swap game mode. I didn't like them. I didn't know what I was doing. I'm sure if I tried, like, I applied myself, but I've never really, I don't understand how he works. Perseverance. I was watching while I'm currently matched. Are you playing Overwatch 2, JPEX? We need to play Moon Quartz. I am so fudging down. I'm really, really enjoying Overwatch. I don't think I'll ever play, like, competitive. Kind of like how in Marvel Rivals, I don't think I'll ever play, what is it? Comp or whatever? Hi, Pumpy! Pumpy, look at this emote that I got. Look at this emote! I'm gonna go tell Bumpy how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. I will pocket your Arisa. Okay! Alright, let me finish these cats and doggies. Alright, so dog for the shoes and cat for the frog. Kate's amazing. You guys should follow her. Bumpy, I hope you're doing so good, sweet angel. The games are going so good. We did Anonymous, and now we have 6 people, so we're doing quick match.
15-month streak. Also, hi, Pixel.
What? Thank you for the 15 buddies. Enjoy your 90. Oof. Oof. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes to add review and add your sub badge. Thank you so much. What the hecky? I'm gonna try to do like another frog cat, but try not to be cursed like I did that one. There we go. I'm trying to do a frog cat, but without it being like as cursed as the other one was, because that last one was like really fudging cursed. Yeah, that's not so bad. Okay. Well, there's our dog or cat anonymous, and now's dog anonymous. Man, anonymous is gonna start getting me my feels. All right, so this is the doggy. I don't stream. Oh, yeah! I like this song so much. This is my Alice with the Big Booty song. That and the Jefferson Airplanes one. It don't be looking like me. You're so funny. He does, whenever he mentions Bumpy, he uses that emote. Aww. Alright. Everybody's game. Oh my god. Alright, I looked at the cat again. The cat's really cursed. Alright. So here's the frog. The frog. Thank you for the anonymous for the frog sponge holder with the tongue, eyes like a frog, tongue like a frog. And then this is the from the shoes anonymous, and he's sleeping and he's going ah woo. Whatever. I'm not an artist, okay? Thanks, anonymous. All right, someone pick a shot for me. Toad, these emotes are so cute. You gotta stop. Oh my god. I wonder how many frog ones I have. Probably not a lot. Oh, I do have that one. Oh, I have this one. Oh, this one's cute. About mine? Oh, was it for your Houndoom? Whatever. I'm not an artist. So I wouldn't say that I play Overwatch, but I've been enjoying Overwatch. Why do you have so many frog? Guys, I need a frog emote. I don't have any. Oh, you know what? I have one frog emote. It is this one. Wait, really? It's from Koiche! As you can tell, because you can see the thing. It's a frog butt. It's a frog butt! Oh my god. The emo is so cute. Oh my god. Okay, do you guys want to see the cutest thing I saw at Sushi Station the other day? Kate, yes. God, yes. So, at Sushi Station, if I was not a broke beach, I would have bought it because it's so fucking cute. But you guys know how I love capybaras. So, at this Sushi Station, there was this little capybara. And he had a frog hat. Just like how I wear. And I wanted to buy it so much! Because I love capybaras, and I loved it. Oh, sorry, I hiccuped. And it was so cute, but I didn't get it. I'm really sad. Because it was so cute. But yeah. I know it's the cutest thing ever! Alright, guys, pick a shot for me. For Anonymous. God. Oh, what is this one? Frog Jam? Malort? What is, well, okay, we have Malort, Pink Whitney, vodka, rum, tequila reposado, tequila blanco. Shmee, no, you! Shmee, hope you're doing so good, homie. I'm so glad that so many homies play Overwatch, because I'm so down to play. I'm having the best time. The best time, some might say. But I see 2 votes for Malort, and that's all I need to hear. Because 12 shots of Malort this weekend apparently wasn't enough. Let's make it 13. Because we had one on Saturday, yeah. Well, not, we had 11 on Saturday. And then we had one on stream. I'd watch you play Paint Dry and Sim. You are so funny. No, not today. On Saturday, I had 12 shots of Malort throughout the day. Because my brother and I went to the Malort crawl. I took the t-shirt upstairs. It's in my laundry basket. Oh, shabby. I'm sorry. I'm taking so long. But I'm gonna post pictures and videos of it. Also, she's glittery because we put edible glitter. It's called Brew Glitter in our Malort. Okay, it was the best. Okay, I'm gonna ready up now. I'm ready up. That's awful. I mean, it's so good. Does it make you poo glitter? I'm not gonna lie, I haven't inspected. But I'm curious. Wait, coconut? Wait, what is this? We need a pixel... Wait, I missed it. Wait, what does it say? Coconut simulator? What is that? Is that an actual thing? Take your time to stay. I've been on my feet. Oh, that was me all weekend. I'm not gonna lie. No, I have not looked. And if I have looked, I haven't noticed. Is it game for your coconut? Really? That's a thing? Wait, hold on. Let's open it up on Steam. Coconut. Okay, all caps. Coconut Simulator 2. In Coconut Simulator. So there's a Coconut Simulator and Coconut Simulator 2. Alright. There's also Banana Life Sim. You're a coconut. You're on the beach. There are other coconuts around you. And not only coconuts. 2 game modes. Arcade and realistic. Simple controls, realistic graphics. Alright. Wait, where's Coconut 2? Coconut Simulator 2. 5 playable characters. Dynamic change of day and night. Ambient sounds. Music. You're a coconut. You're on the beach. There are other coconuts around you. And not only coconuts. What the fudge? Alright. I'll look into it. It's such a good game. Oh, Coco, you're not. What the heck? There's also Tree Sim. I believe Paint Dry Sim is a thing as well, but I could be wrong. I wouldn't be surprised if there was. Or, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there was. How are you doing, Dragon? Dragon, how was your weekend? My weekend was so good, but so busy. I'm so exhausted from it. But, like, in a good way, you know? Yeah. Yeah, that's how I feel right now, Dangos. I'm doing so good, DPG. DPG, how are you doing? Oh, wait, should we read the rest of the announcements? All right, well, we're voting for games. let's read the rest of the announcements. Okay. Upcoming. Tonight's stream is sponsored by Gunnar. Yippee! I'll be trying on more glasses. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Overwatch. Overwatch, we have up to 10 hours of drops. The G Fuel BOGO free sale for Annie Mae, which is our pinned message, is still going strong. Don't forget to use my tracking link to make my partner manager happy. And as always, let me know if you need any recommendations in the G Fuel chat. And we're still sponsored by, oh my god, Opera GX. I forgot. Guys, Opera GX. Sponsor. If we can hit 150 downloads before the end of May, I'll be giving away a code for Resident Evil Requiem Deluxe Edition. And as far as the streaming schedule this week, with 2v8 being over, I'll be focusing more on finishing Claire Obscure Expedition 33, and maybe some more Overwatch besides today, and maybe some Outlast Trials. And that is the announcements for this week. And now I need to have my mod chat back open.
That's a lot of armor. Well, I guess you are a pretty big.
Yeah. You're good, just vibing? Hell yeah. Did you have a good weekend? That was good. Weekend was good. Didn't do much, but currently stuck in a mini heat wave. Ugh, so I'm not doing so great. I was being so stubborn the other day where I didn't turn my AC on because I'm like such a frugal beesh, and I didn't have my AC on. And it was so hot, and like my bedroom's on the top floor because I have 2 floors, right? Or I guess basement, main floor, top floor. So I have 3 floors, but oh my god, I forgot we're playing a game. Okay, chill. And it was so hot in my bedroom. I tried to sleep. This is Saturday going into Sunday. And it was so hot that I couldn't sleep. That I had to move to my basement. I'm sorry, not my basement. I had to move to my front room to sleep. This is a Reinhardt, right? That's what this is? How do I get up there? I wanna bother them. How do I get up there? Oh, yes, you take me up there. Oh, thanks, homie! Thank you! Ah, no! This is awkward. Thank you, Jetpack Cat. Oh, here, this is how we get up. Oh, fuck! Damn it. And she was a berry. Played pickleball. Oh my god. One of my most favorite things I've ever played in my entire life is racquetball. Thank you so much. This is, who is this? Oh, I've been dropped. Give me uppies. Oh, it's a Shabby! I'm sorry. I was calling you Slasher Bunny. Shabby, give me uppies. Thank you. I love uppies! Thank you. Oh, fuck! I fell! It's my dude! I want uppies too! Ooh! That's so funny. You guys are so cute. I died in the lava like an idiot. Enjoy your lucky turkey, Supernova. When a bath and time to brush out, who's out of here? No product. Oh, man, am I right? Overwatch League when? No, I could never. I wanna go back upstairs. Or try to go upstairs. Oh, he has 1 health left. So close. Oh. Very good, very good. Oh, Bravo Pants! That's Ash, right?
It's hand.
Oh my god, I keep forgetting about perks, guys.
60 seconds.
Holy, you're doing great, thank you! No way! So I've never played pickleball. But man, I used to love playing racquetball. I used to play all the time with my boyfriend at the time in college, with him and his dad. But yeah, I honestly, I could get down to play racquetball every day of my life. Because in high school, I was a big shuttlecock enjoyer. But I love playing badminton. Like, I'd like to think I was pretty good at it. I would have played it for like my team, my high school team, but I was in theater, and I liked theater more than, you know. I like theater more. Ah, shit. I like theater more. Yeah, shuttlecock. I'm not as much fan of. I was just getting irate because her hair was like half dried. Every time the comb went through, it kept getting worse. I ended up spraying her head. Oh, poor baby. Poor you. Poor baby. 7-0 win streak. Oh, cool. Also, Benny. Benny, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Benny, hope you're doing so good, homie. Oh, sorry, I missed the lifeline. Sorry, whoever that was. Sorry. And by whoever that was, I mean Shabby. Sorry. Oh, I'm stunned. Sorry, love. Sorry, love. Sorry, love. I got stunned. Okay, this is useless, but that's alright. It keeps them away from us. Okay. Yay! Perfect! Tenderhead. Oh, lifeline. I'm sorry. I missed it. I'm sorry. I don't know how to read. You win. Yes, Benny! Benny, I'm having so much fun. I'm having the best night ever. Thank you guys so much. And I had a great weekend, but it was just an exhausting weekend, you know? So I had the best time, but I was just like exhausted. And I feel great now. I feel great today. I hope you're doing so good. Sorry, I didn't mean to say your name like that. Woo! Thank you, whoever just healed me there. Whoa! I feel like I'm doing okay, right? Is this killer? And by killer, I mean character, hero. This hero. Yeah. Yes! Oh my god! Everyone say good night, Cosmic K! Cosmic K, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for being someone that I can always look up to. Not just as an amazing creator, but just as an amazing person too. So everyone say good night, Cosmic Kate. Can we get one more little shout out for Cosmic Kate, por favor? And do not forget to vote for Cosmic Candles in the Feudies. I'll post in the Feudies. I'll post like all the homies I think you guys should vote for. Oh, hello. Obviously Cosmic Candles being like one of them. Cosmic Candles was nominated to be the best sponsor. And I would have to agree with that sentiment. I'm so proud of her. And I'm so lucky and honored to be a Cosmic Candles affiliate. Think of this shout out. Good night! Enjoy your book! Nerd! Wow, we did so good. That beginning was really tough, but we did really good. No, I fear I'm sobbing. Good. Streamer tears. That heat pad season is over. It was 86 degrees out today. I had to install the AC. Oh my god. Me. Play the game with Slasher Bunny! This is Slasher Bunny right now. Look at that. That was 2 kills. 3 kills. 4 kills. 5 kills. And a turret. 5 kills and a turret. Holy shit. Slinger equals head. For sure. GG's. Excuse me. I burped. That's so cute. So, I don't know if you guys saw that TikTok trend of getting like slabs of concrete for your cats, leaving the slabs of concrete out in the sun, and then putting it in your rooms or in your house so that your cats can like be all over like the slab of concrete. But yeah, my cats love that shite. And so it's getting to be warm enough again where I could put the slabs of concrete out for the sun, have it charged for like a couple hours, and then bring it back into their bedroom. And it's just watching my cats just like freak out over the slab of concrete, over how like warm and whatever it is. It's so cute. Your battle pass level 67? Were you really? Oh man, that was a really fun game. That was really good. I went 20 and 5, 20 kills, 5 deaths. That was crazy. Oh, thank you guys so much for being here. I had a great weekend, but like I was saying earlier, when I got home. Oh, did I? I'm so sorry. We're not re-queuing. Sorry, I thought queue already started. I'm sorry. I've just been sitting here yapping. Sorry, guys. But like, I got home last night and it all hit me. And like one thing happened and I just like, I lost it. Mentally, everything. And I just like took it out on myself because like, what else am I going to take it out on? And I have bruises on my knuckles from punching a wall, to the shock of nobody, and whatever else happened that we won't talk about anymore. And thank you so much for hanging out with me and just letting me be myself. It's so hard to like, you know, let the mask drop a little bit. So, ugh, whatever. I don't want to be my feelings anymore. I hate feeling things. I've never been cringe in my life. Me neither. Yippee! People, the new banner. Oh, whatever. It's not like the cutest thing I've ever fucking seen ever. God, whatever! I'm not gonna vote for a map because I don't know what map to vote for, so. Sure, random. Don't be nice to me, Mama Jakes! I'm gonna start banning you! Also, my nose is like a little bit clogged right now because of the shots. I've had 3 shots! I had a shot of rum, had a shot of Pink Whitney, and a shot of Malort. Yippee! What if I'm into that? Into what? I'm joking. Oh, my Spotify's working again. Weird. That was weird. Have a good night, Red! Everyone say good night, Red. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you. I hope you have the best night ever.
I've known a few of you.
I'm only guilty of stealing hearts.
Diva! Oh no, she's yawning.
My heart is strong, and my javelin is sharp.
For my character, I make a window that you shoot through to boost damage. Alright, bet.
So, don't take
And who are you?
personally when I get the most
Oh, is
kills,
it that
right?
thing that you do with like the... Okay, so stick behind you is what I'm hearing?
4, 3,
You're so cute. Oh my god, Shabby, look at you!
defend objective A.
Cosmos, thank you so much for the raid! Everybody say, Cosmos, you're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Thank you so much for the raid! Hello, Cosmic! Hello, Cosmic Black Metal. Hi, JRPG! Oh my god, it's 4:30, Elder. Please get some rest, my love. Cosmos, how was your stream? Welcome in! Everyone tell Cosmos how talented and handsome she is. How are you doing? How was your stream? Oh my god.
Thanks to
And thank you for continuing to get this up from Flora's here. Oh my god, W War, W Cosmos. Thank you so much. What the heck, you? Cosmos, I hope you're doing so good. Holy. Damn. It was good! What were you doing? Were you doing DBD? Were you doing something else? What were you up to, love? Thank you so much for the raid. First time in DBD in weeks. Were you doing 2v? Or were you doing 1v4? I love 2v8. But this iteration of 2v8 made me very sad.
Don't cry.
Don't cry? I'll think about it. Did you have a good time though? Were you doing Survivor or Killer? DBD 2v8? Fuck yeah, dude. I love me some 2v8, man. I love the slutty little Survivor DB or blood point bonus, you know what I mean? Holy shit! Nice. I got one person and I will take it. I will gladly take one person. Both of? No way! What was that voice in my ear? Who was that? Jesus. Oh my god, I almost died. I'm not sure whose voice. I'm sorry, love. This game thinks it's bugged. That's funny. Nervous. Got her ass. Whoa. Who was that? Oh, it was Cassie. It's I knew. Man, they got my ass good. This game thinks this book talk is so funny. Holy shit, our whole team just got like wiped out. Yeah, there goes our team. Holy shite. Yeah, they're gonna push our team because we all just died. Holy shite. Yeah, I'm dead. Oh, is this a healing thing? It is kinda. Yes, okay. It is. Perfect. Whoa, man! Have a good night! I hope you have the best night ever, Cosmos. Thank you so much for the raid. From the bottom of my butt, you guys are bigger than my heart. Please get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and fiveys. Go ika fika puko stretch go drink. Please take care of yourself. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much. I am less than 30 follows away from 24,000 followers, so you guys sending raids over is so heckin' sweet, and I'm so heckin' grateful. Thank you so much. Nice, 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 nice. Fuck yeah, dude. Woo-wee! Whee! Oh, I had like 30 health left. Holy shit. Oh man, thank you so much for the raid, Cosmos. Oh, I hope you're doing so good. I'm so glad you're playing some DVD today. That's awesome.
Get in there, Bob. Enhancing combat routine.
Yep. Everything was on cooldown for me. R.I.P. I'm not doing as well this game. I'm doing my breast, and that's what matters, right?
Still needs defending.
My ultimate is charging.
Woo! Oof. Damn. They're getting us. Whoa! Oh, I thought that was me! That was the kill cam. Idiot. Idiot!
Activating self-destruct sequence.
I agree, Elder. Those rocks suck. I hate those rocks. Fuck. How'd you get here? Fuck you.
I'm on fire. Is Ify watching? Enemy in sight. Please move behind the barrier. Barrier activated.
Why Shabway again? No way, I got somebody cool. I didn't think I would. Oh. Damn. What's up, highlighter man? Welcome in. Yo, the person just got a triple kill. Holy shit.
Engaging.
Come on. Come on, die. Oh, shit! Nerf this! Oh, shit! Ah, my butthole. Ah! Where am I? Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Holy shite! If it's that someone on Discord is impersonating me, that's why I have it as in my Discord bio. That no, I did not message you on Discord. So, if you got messaged on Discord, just ban a report. That's all you gotta do. It's the easiest thing to do. Just ban a report. There's nothing I can do about it. Discord don't give a fuck. So if you see someone on Discord that is not me, just ban a report. Yeah, it's nothing I can do, it's nothing my mods can do. You just have to ban a report and just don't give them the time of your day. Yeah. No, it's that's why I have it in my Twitch bio. No, I did not message you on Discord. And it's why I'll retweet. It's me! Everyone shut up! Oh, it's my Mori! Or my ult, excuse me. This is the play of the game. I am pretty good at this video game. It's true. Yippee! Alright, I put it for a sticker last time, I got shabby this time. GG's! Yippee! Maury, same thing. But yeah, it was just, also thank you for the follow, welcome in. But, yeah. Wow, that's what I'm saying, War! I don't feel like that should have been the POG, or POTG, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Oh no, someone on the other team had like a triple kill in my kill cam, so I don't know how that was the POTG. Maybe because I did a lot of damage, but I only killed one person in my Mori alt. But that's right. Yeah. Yeah, just if you look at the username and if it was made in 2025 or 2026, you know it's fake. Yeah, right? That's what I think I'm doing pretty well with my ults. Really? I never had a match of Overwatch where each time I ulted, I got more than one kill. And did you? That damage last game? Wait, what did you have? I don't know what's good for damage. Also, I'm gonna run an ad now so there's no ad in game. Oh, this game is so much fun. I love Overwatch. I love Overwatch so much. This game is so much fun. Over 10K? Oh, I'm not looking at my stats, though. Wait, I could pick skins? Overwatch Classic. Oh! I like this skin, because this is the skin that I saw in 2020. And it's slightly early since... Oh, really? Since so many movement cooldowns now can let you escape it. Interesting. Okay, so end it early. Got it. Got it. Also, I love that I'm on the classic skin. That makes me so happy. Because this is the skin that I saw when I used to play... Or not that you say. When I played that one time in 2020. Oh, we have a May! Who's May? May is... War is here! Cute! I bought the battle pass, however, if I don't, I got the skin I want. Oh, did you? What skin was it? Or who was it for? Because obviously it doesn't do as much damage. Yeah, exactly. Holy! Holy shit! So anyways. Whoa, Wu Yang? No way. I do like me some Wu Yang. Holy shit, how do we escape this? Holy shit, what do we do with that? Really? Well, it's not going off very good for me. Exactly, yeah, exactly. See, that's why I tell people, like, just look at what year it was created in, and that's the easiest way to tell if it's fake or not. And then two, I don't even message my mods, let alone random strangers on the internet. No offense. No offense, highlighter. But no, I don't even message my mods, let alone, like, random peeps on the internet. You know what I mean? Oh, am I gonna explode or something? Oh, yeah, I am. Oh, hello, friend. So, yeah, it's true, she doesn't. Yeah, that's why I have it in my Twitch bio. No, I did not message you on Discord. Yeah. Can confirm. With love. With love. Man, how are we supposed to get past this? Like, how are we supposed to even get out of our spawn if the tank can't live past the spawn? You know what I mean? Do we have a healer on our team? Let me be by the healer. We do have a healer. Who's the healer? Which one is it? You? It's you. It's you. You're the healer. I'm gonna be by you. Oh, okay. I missed. To be fair. Alright, I moved. Yes. Oh my god, I thought that was I didn't think it was a teammate. shit.
Hello?
Yeah, that's fine. At least we got like a little bit of movement. What the fudge? Highlander Man, thank you for giving us up to Katsu Makun. Oh my god, have I not been in the game scene this entire time? Have I not been in the game scene this entire time? My stream deck has not been working tonight. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry, guys. I did not know I was not in the game scene. How long have I been not in the game scene? The entire time? I'm so sorry. Anywho, thank you so much to get this sub. Whoever got gifted, enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and add your sub badge. Oh man, you're Joel again. So sorry about that. No way! 2015? I was gonna ask you who's your main. That's dope. Reinhardt. I'm not very good at Reinhardt. I tried him a couple times when I had like that that mystery heroes, whatever. I'm not very good at him.
I got the payload, don't worry.
Oh, you're joking! Who killed me? I was at full health. He killed me in one hit. What? Man, that was such a good ult too. Man, I wonder who that was that killed me in one hit. Damn. Zen. What's their full name? The Zen person? What's their full name? Zenyatta. Oh, okay. I think I played them once or twice in that swapped hero thing again. Perk. Let's do that one. Zenyatta. Thank you for giving me a teach. I really don't know what I'm doing, but I'm glad that you guys are being so patient with me. Back in my day. That's funny. Oh man. Who's my healer? Who is a healer?
Don't touch me.
Is it
Power at my fingertips.
Slasher Bunny? Is Slasher Bunny a healer? I think they're a healer, right? I don't know what my healers look like. If they're not Mercy, I don't know what they look like. Oh, enjoy your DPD! Are you doing 1v4 or 2v8? No, don't answer. Do your game. Do your thing. Do your game. Do your thing, chicken wing.
Pass into the iris.
Enjoy your DVD. Juno. Oh, Juno! Okay, so Juno is Slasher, right? And then Mizuki. I don't know who that is. Can I shoot that? No, I can't. Okay. It'd be cool if I could, though. Oh, you're a Joel again. Mizuki is Shabby. Shabby? Okay, guy with hat. Guy with hat, thank you. Guy with hat and Juno. And I'm pretty sure Slasher Bunny has the Hello Kitty skin, right? Oh! Sorry, I was not paying attention. Oh no! Yeah, damn. These guys are so good. Thank you for doing me a teach, because I have no clue what I'm doing. Oh, this is Junkrat. Wow, Junkrat is literally just spraying and praying with his AoE attacks. And got that. No way. I'm here for questions as well. But, oh, thank you, Hyler. Because I don't know. I love playing Overwatch, but I have no clue what I'm doing. I'm literally just sticking to Orisa, because Orisa is the most fun I've had playing this game. But I don't know, like, what I'm doing. You know what I mean? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Get away from me! They're like moving around like Tracer does. You know how Tracer like moves around all the time? That's what it felt like. What is that? What was that? What is that? Oh, wait. Okay, that's Torborn. How do I keep dying? What are you people? 20k hours? I think I just got 10 hours in this game. That was Junkrat's ult is the tire? Okay. Cool, okay. Ooh, we got this. Okay, this is Juno. Juno does that. I know that now. Alright, we're just gonna use her ult and we're not gonna do anything with it. Because we're gonna die. Yeah. Damn. Damn. GG's. Holy, who is Mother? Second from the left. Who is this? Domina? Holy Mother? Mother, may I? Mother! Oh, more!
Epic.
Holy Mother. With horse, you don't want to play too aggressive at times. There are times you do so. Okay. At least in the circles I'm in, I like this. I like her. Guys, do you mind if I go pee? I have to pee again. Wow, I didn't do any damage. You said 10k was good? Okay, well, guys, you didn't see that. And I was on the wrong scene the entire time anyway. Hi, Alice! Alice, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, Sasha, no! That's alright. Sasha, thank you for playing with us. Who's leaving me? That's alright. Thank you so much for being here and hanging out, guys. Everyone go follow Slasher Buddy. Is that, yeah, it's nice meeting real me, right? Hi, Leonard. Nice to meet you. It's very much nice to meet you. I have to go pee really quick. Do you guys mind? I stay for a little bit more. Yeah, you guys don't have to stay. I know. You guys are all leaving me. But I'm going to go pee. And then we have room for more if anyone wants to join us. But I'll be right back. I'm going to go piss girl. And we'll play some more Overwatch. Oh, wrong scene. There you go. Was there like a trap? Oh, there's a trap right here. Okay, bye. What's up, brah? Hello. W message. Hello. There's someone in WikiWay, but they don't nearly taste as weird. Interesting. Well, it also might be like an America thing, because like I feel like America's like chocolate is like shit. The gates are done? Or not the gates are done. The gens are done? Oh my god. Guys, I touched one generator. Oh. He doesn't want the sauce, guys. He doesn't want the sauce. Kit Kats are so good. Yeah, America just has like really like shit overprocessed garbage. However, speaking of which, hey Raven, if you want to try some American candy, I'll send some to you. Damn. I think this heal's going pretty slow, even with a medkit. Oh, I thought you would go for me. Damn, sorry, Pugman. Damn, that's funny as shit. Alright, well, I guess I'll go save my friends or something. Oh my god, I'm gonna step in a trap, though. Kit Kats are good. Kit Kats are always good. I don't think I've ever had a bad Kit Kat. Yo, don't they have, like, a bunch of, like, different, like, flavored Kit Kats? Like, you get, like, a strawberry, like, flavored one, like, a matcha flavored one. I would like that. Oh, God! Did I just... Guys, did I just smack both killers? No! Nah! Did I just get both killers? Can someone go back and see if I got both of them? I'm going down. I'm yelling timber, you better move, you better dance. Where was the door guy? Cute. Boo, you're so cute. Wait, what? What'd you forget to do? Time for me to lose all the games for us? Are you kidding me? That's my job. Have a good night, Slasher. Slasher, thank you so much for playing. Also, Mama J, thank you so much for playing. Do I get an Overwatch? Yes. We have time. So it's me, War, Shabby, and Bravo. What did you guys want to do, by the way? What do you guys want to play? Because we have less than 5, so we could do Stadium. No, I don't want that. Oh, no. I think you guys did not want Stadium, right? What do you guys want to play? Also, let me know if you want us to wait for you, because I do have some Pokemon packs to open. Do you guys want to open up a pack of Pokemon cards? Oh, wait. What was Arcade? Oh, Overwatch Classic. I'm good. On my way? Okay, good. Alright, cool! Alright, well then I'm gonna open a pack of Pokemon cards. Alright, you guys mind? Alright, you guys gonna bless this pack? Who's gonna give kissies to this pack and make good? Total Mayhem? Okay, we'll do Total Mayhem. Smoochies? Alright, we got one bless. Who else is gonna bless this pack? We haven't got any hits tonight. No hits tonight. No hits. I want one hit. One hit. Alright, we're gonna play Smash or Pass, too. So you guys type Smash or Pass if you guys would Smash or Pass the Pokemon card. Metal! Yeah, I'll Smash. I'll Smash some metal stuff. Larvitar, Pass. Too tiny. Blipbug, Pass. Ew. Smash. Satotl? Whatever his name is. Purloin Smash! Too cute! Too cute! Medicham? Absolutely Smash. Team Rocket's Watchtower? I can get freaky up there. Smash. Shaman? Pass. I can't do it. What do you do with that? Grimer? Pass. Pass. Abyssal? Smash. Arbolivia? Wait, Arboliva? Oliva. Arboliva. Smash, because I feel like I get really freaky with those olives. Smash! Well, that's pretty. We got a hit, guys. All right, I can go to bed now. I think it's olives. I don't care. I'm going to get freaky with it. All right, Jasper, you want to get freaky with that? You're so cute, Muffin. Get off Mommy's shoes! Get off Mommy's brand new shoes. Yeah, I was thinking, like, this is my Bravo Penguin card. Definitely Smash. I figured more was thinking that same thing. It sure got a lot of holes. Lance Bones, do we have time for another pack, or... I got kicked? Why would you get kicked? Oh, wait, Winchester's already in here. Oh, okay, never mind. Winchester's already in the party. Sorry, I was counting. Sorry, I'm sorry. Winchester's already here. Sorry. I think that's why I called it Olivia. Can I help you? You're so cute! Anybody want a cat? Danka! There we go. Debbie! Alright, well here's a better look at you as a Pokemon. You're pretty. Ooh, this mode is so chaotic. I've never played this one. What is this called? This is called Total Mayhem, by the way. I've never played this game mode. Oh, Ghoulishly! Ghoulishly! Thank you for I can see everyone say happy birthday to Ghoulishly. It's Ghoulishly's birthday the other day. happy belated birthday, lovely. I hope you had the best birthday ever. Me and all my holes. What? Happy birthday, Jasper. Do you want to say happy birthday? Oh, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Jasper, if you want to be angry, you gotta stop being so cute about it. Happy birthday, dear Gunnar. Happy birthday to you. Oh, that was so funny. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Jasper. Thank you for the content. You're very cute. Thank you for the follow. I'm glad you like that. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. You're so cute. You're so cute. Oh, he's a good boy. Oh. This is how I hold him when I, like, hang out upstairs with him. I just hold him like a baby. He's just a baby. He's just a baby. He's just a baby. I hope you had the best birthday ever. What did you do to celebrate your birthday? Salem likes to lay on my chest while I give him the back of neck scratchies, and then he starts drooling. My black cat loves to hang out right here. Right here. Her butt's right here, her face is right here, or sometimes she'll lay on my chest right here, and she'll lay on my arm right here. And I don't know if you guys have seen pictures of Midnight. This little bitch's teeth are so long, they hang out underneath her lips because her teeth are so huge. And she lays on my arm like this, and she keeps falling asleep. And she digs her tooth first into my arm, and it hurts! But it's so cute, so I can't even be mad. But it's really cute. A couple rounds of 66. Elder, I'm gonna... Isn't it like almost like 5 a.m. for you? It is! Ouch! All good. Also, all good. Hope you're doing so good. Shut up, you went to Dave & Buster's. Shut the front door. I'm so peanut butter and jealous. Whatever. Whatever. It's not like the coolest birthday ever. All good! Ah, think of the forehead kissy. Ooh, all good. Cat or dog? I'm free all day. Oh, well then play some Overwatch. Fuck yeah, man. I miss third person. Dog? I got time. Enjoy your lurk. Low battery. This is from All Good. Faster cooldowns, more health, more chaos. Well, it is called Mayhem Mode, right? Oh, good boy! Boo is eating his T-R-E-A-T. Oh. This guy is so annoying with his fudging rocks and his fudging shield. He's so annoying. Nah. I'm really understanding this slower or this faster cooldown thing. Holy shit, he's annoying as hell. Holy, he's annoying. Boy, Sheboygan. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Temporal. Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna try that. Okay. Next time. I'll try that next time. So I don't know these maps, and I didn't know that I can fall behind me where I was. I did not see that. That was a drop off. I don't know these maps, guys. But Stellar, I hope you're doing so good. Happy, no entry. All right, guys, don't fall off there. Fun fact. But Stellar, hope you're doing so good. Hope you had the best weekend ever. Oh my God, it's already almost midnight. What the fudgies? Boom. Damn! I can't believe my ult didn't kill him! Temporal, thank you for the 3 stream streak! Man, I am doing not good. But you know what? I'm having a good time. I have 900 health for the fight. Who is this guy with the rock? You guys told me last time, but I already forgot because I don't know how to read. So annoying, Mr. Rockman. Sigma, Ligma, Sugama, Chugama, Bitchama. You guys know. Yeah, he's so fudging annoying, guys. Wait, which one's Sigma? It won't tell me. Oh, it doesn't tell me. Oh, I have to click it? Yeah, okay. Come on, Sigma. Let's see what happens. Come on, let's go one for one. Come on, let's go one for one, bitch. Oh, okay. Well, the game's already over. Whatever. You know, I want to try should I try Bastion? Man, this guy's so annoying. And it's not just this game. Every time, yeah. Every time I go against this character, he's so annoying. He's so annoying with his stupid rocks and his stupid shield. He's so annoying. Wait, someone left. No, they didn't. Bass, Shoulder, and Cass. Who's Bass, Shoulder, and who's Cass? He's the only one of he's one of the only tanks I play. I'm gonna try him. I'm gonna try him and see what happens. So your death might have been my fault because I slept him while you were hovering over the edge. Oh, I mean, he was gonna kill us no matter what, right? Bastion and Cassidy. Oh, okay. I'm gonna try this guy and see what happens. Although, I do kind of want to do Bastion, no? Where's Bastion? What does he look like? Isn't he just like a robot? Oh, is Bastion a DPS? Oh, it is a DPS. All right, well, let's try Sigma. Let's try Sigma. Oh, it's Bastion, comma soldier. Oh, I see. All right. How do I see hero info? Oh, there we go.
4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks.
Oh, I don't know how to read. We're just gonna try him out and see what happens.
There is much to do.
No promises. Wait, why is my ship not working? Alright, there it is. Oh, it's M2, M2. I was like, where's my shield? Oh my god, this guy is so annoying. Look at how much damage I did for someone who, like, doesn't know what they're doing. That was so good for someone who didn't know what they were doing. What the fudge?
Was there a miscalculation?
This character is so busted. Just wait until I figure out what my buttons do.
Eyes on the sky.
Barrier initialized.
Nice! I killed some of my ult, no way. I don't even know what I'm doing! Yes! Cool. Your shift is like your spin, your rock is like... Wait, hold on. Let me...
The answer remains nebulous.
Okay, I still don't know how to read. That's right. I'll get there later. What's up, Otter Gaming? Meta tank is Zarya, but she requires tactical skill. That's too... You said skill, and that's how I know that I'm not needed in there.
Actuating the barrier.
This guy's so annoying! Get out of here! Finally! Oh my god, he was so fudging annoying. Holy! Anyone want to help Pixel? That was diabolical. Thanks, he pissed me off. Oh man, I almost got this cat though. This cat had like 2 health left. I think if I shot him one more time, he would have died. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. Yeah. Damn. Okay, hang out by Shabby and Winchester. Hang out by Shabby and Winchester. I gotta remember to pick me my heroes. Or my heroes. My healers.
Impede the enemy barricade.
You're so annoying, this stupid fucking thing! But I love playing as them in that hero changer thing. That like this little like thing that the ball. I love playing as them in that hero changer thing. Oh, we lost. Damn. That's right. I'm still figuring out this character, but I'm gonna keep playing him. What's up, Ameladol? Ameladol, happy Tuesday. Look at this guy. So cute. So cute. Better not have been me. Not him killing me, right? It was! I knew it. I knew this fucker was gonna kill me and I was gonna be playing the game. Yeah. Whatever. Man, I wanna keep playing as this character. I'm gonna try him. He's very fun to play as. I think once I figure out this guy, it's game over, right? Oh, there's cat hair everywhere. It's already almost 11:30. Holy shite, guys! What do you mean it's already almost midnight? What do you mean? Can we do a while you wait? Wait, what do you want to do while you wait? Practice range? I don't know. Is that what you want? All squishy, so he's made it. Wait, what? Who? Huh? That was your LG? What do you mean that was your LG? What do you mean that was your LG?
Why seek answers when we do know the question? Lost the cosmos.
Thank you. I know I'm the best. Oh, there is a slight AoE with my attack too. Interesting. Interesting. Your prisoner, no escape. Havana una na. Half of my heart is in Havana una na. Hit them, rock them, then hit again. Okay, bet. Look at that, we have this random on our team. Alright, let's play this ugly man. Why do I have to? Why is this the ugliest character that's ever existed? He's so ugly, Shabby. Thank you so much for playing, homie.
When we do know the question.
He's so ugly.
Let's get this show on the road.
This guy, Sigma? Sigma, Ligma, Fuckama?
Your worth is a hypothesis. Prove it.
Oh, they're in this building, guys. They're in this building!
5, 4, 3, 2,
Barrier initialized.
1. Attackers incoming.
Oh, they have an Orisa. They have a horsey! Holy shite, guys! What is happening? Arisa! Dizzle! Dizzle, mwah. Think of the forehead. Can see Dizzle, did you change your name color? You haven't always been red, have you?
A revelation was within my reach.
That wasn't so bad, right? That wasn't so bad. I changed it back to red recently. Well, how was your weekend, Dizzle? Happy Monday / Tuesday. Bravo Penguin, my love. Attack her, not me! Or I mean, attack me, not I didn't mean it, Bravo. I meant to say attack me, not her. I'm so sorry. Oh, that was very funny. Attack her, not me! That was funny. Hey, Joe. Arisa, Joe. Holy shite, damn it. I think I was the only one alive at the time. That was scary. Yeah, I don't think I'm doing as well as Sigma as I am with Arisa, but I wanna commit. Try retracting shield before it hits 0 health, then it goes on cooldown. I will try to remember that. That is a good thing. That's gonna have to be like a future thing for me, because I don't know if I like will be able to pay attention to that enough. But that's a good call. Also, Melita, think of the forehead, you see? You need to die. Okay. I see. I see. Okay. I see. No, yeah. I didn't see that behind me. I didn't know there was such a fucking stupid ass boxes behind me. I could not back up. That was unfortunate. I just couldn't back up. Patorte! Think of the forehead kiss. See? No, this guy's name is Sigma. So I just keep going, oh, Jesse! Think of the forehead kiss. See? His name is Sigma, so I keep saying Ligma, Chokama, Sugama. Sticking my buttama. Girl! But Tony, how are you doing so good? No, I love it. Give me more info. Give me everything. Because like, as much as I love playing Arisa, I feel like I shouldn't be like a one-trick pony. I feel like I should do a different class next. I don't think I would enjoy healers though. I'm not gonna lie. Like if my team wants me to play healer, I'll play healer. I don't think there's anyone that I feel remotely like comfortable with, you know. Yet. I mean, like, Wu Yang was fun, but I wouldn't say that I know how to play him, you know what I mean? Oh, seeing this Arisa on their team makes me want to play as my Arisa, you know. You know what I mean? Stop it! That character's so annoying. Whoever that is, they're so annoying. You're so annoying! Piss me off! Stop it! Stop! Whoever this is, they're so annoying. It's like teleport a person. I can't kill them. How do I kill them? Somebody help me! Help me! Who is them? They're so annoying. Moira. Well, they're a little bitch. They're so annoying. Yeah, 10-4. Wait, 10-4. Who's your one trick? Person is so annoying, that Moira. Like, I could not shoot them at all. Oh my god. Oh my god. I almost jumped out of bounds. Everyone say good night, Sultan Loki. Oh, we have a May? Who is this? Oh, I thought they were AFK. They are not AFK. Help! Help! I don't want to May! I don't want to May! Healer! Help! 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 I have 1 health! Help! 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 Arisa? Oh, hell yeah. See, she's who I've been playing as the most recently. And she is so much fun. I love her. Everyone say good night, Sultan Loki. Sultan Loki, I hope you have the best night ever. Good night, you good eaties. Look at this May. Oh, I missed. That's right. Oh, this Arisa has a fucking pocket healer and I can't get any damage on them. Your projectiles bounce off wall. Yeah, there's an AoE with this guy. His stuff is like AoE. Man, I can't get this Arisa at all. I'm probably gonna stop playing this guy because I don't know how to play him. I think I'm better as Arisa. I'm gonna change just because I can. Oh really? I have like 10 hours in this game and like 9 of it is, oh okay, not 9 of it, but like I think like 2 hours of it is on Arisa. Yeah, you know, I just want to try different characters. I think I like how fast her shooting is, you know what I mean? We're just going 1 for 1. That's so funny. She's got someone healing her though. Yeah, I can't do anything. I can't do anything. Yeah. Oh, we don't have any healers. That's why. Why didn't you guys tell me? I said, tell me if we need a healer to play. How do I heal? It's the kitty cat, right? The kitty cat does healies, right? Shit, I don't know how to heal. Oh, no, I don't know how to play his character. Oh, no. Do I shoot my teammates? Oh, everyone's dead. I'm leaving. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. How do I heal again? I told you guys, tell me to be a healer and I'd switch. Am I healing? Am I healing? Do I shoot her? Does she get healed if I shoot her? Am I healing her? Oh, I'm just trying to heal. I think I'm healing. I think I healed. Right click is boost. Right click is me go faster. Oh my god, look at this name. Oh, it's Winchester. Oh, whoa! Thank you. Oh, so, oh my god. So I was about to use my ult, and then I was about to use the ult, but the May put the wall up at the exact same time. Not blaming. It was really funny. Shoot team. Okay, cool. Shoot teammates to heal them. Cool. Wait, we won? You're welcome. Moira, yeah. This Moira was insane. Stop killing me in these kill cams. I was healing 5 of them in there. A 35 kill streak. That person had a 35 kill streak. Yeah, fuck that person. All right, were we getting someone else in the game? I don't remember. Who do we have right now? Just 4 of us. Did we still want to play Total Mayhem? I'm okay with swapping. I'm not entirely. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not into Total Mayhem. I kind of like Stadium, but I think someone didn't like Stadium. Please get that. Okay, War. Thank God. I did not like that game mode at all. I'm sorry. Have you tried Junker Queen? No, I'm good. No, someone told me to do Junker Queen, but I don't think I've done it yet. Home I need to show you. That's what I'm saying. Did you just see the 35 kill streak? Yeah, that was the Moira. That's what I've been saying. Wars. This person had a 35 kill streak. I am so good. I'm ready. I did not like that game, man. I think Overwatch Classic is my least favorite. Total Mayhem is my second least favorite. Yeah, I did not like that that game mode. May is so good. No, that honestly, I feel like the only reason we won was because of the May. What am I supposed to do with that ID? I don't know how to add people. I don't know how to add people. Bottom right of friend list. Oh, is it this? Okay. Got it. Thank you. Okay, Always, I have no idea what I'm doing. Shabby had to tell me how to add a friend. Shabby had to tell me how to add somebody. That's how, like, dumb I am. W Shabby. What would I do without him, guys? Oh, shit. Okay, well, no, we're gonna play one game. I just realized it's already almost midnight. I was gonna end. No, okay. Let's get one game in. Because I just sent you a friend request. So, no, you're not done? I can endorse players? I want to endorse... Oh, I can only endorse 2 people. Well, Bravo Penguin and Winchester got him. I didn't realize I could endorse people. You didn't get it? Well, I sent you a friend request. This is what I have pasted. Is that it? Are y'all full stack? Did you really? As you should. Queen should. No space. I don't know. It's what they typed in the chat. It said my friend request sent. And that's what they typed in the chat. Oops, no space. Well, what the fuck was I supposed to know that for? There you go. I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know how this game works. All right, there we go. All right, let's get one game in, and then we're gonna play Stadium because I do what Mama wants. Oh wait, we could do one more. Okay, no, I wanna stop playing. Oh wait, no, you said you want tank, right? Okay, we'll just do. What is it? Quick play? Play? Is it just quick play? We're searching for a game. Oh, quick play. Let's just do quick play, right? Is that it? I don't know. Welcome back. LG for me because I didn't realize it's already almost midnight. All right, LG. And then we'll probably do some more Overwatch this week. Some more Clear Obscure Expedition 33. And some Outlast Trials this week. That's the plan. Probably no DBD this week. Oh, while we wait. Oh, while we wait. Obviously. Thank you for reminding me. I'm sorry. I don't pay attention to things. Time passing? Yeah. Have you really? Spades, what was the last achievement you needed? Or what was the last achievement that you did? That was what you needed. Alright, well, if he has to play Arisa, then I don't know who I get to play as then. Because Arisa's the only character that I've been really playing as. I don't know who to play as, guys. Should I try Bastion? Alice Trials, yeah, I'm excited too. I'm sad that there's no, okay, what does this do? Was that a fucking bomb? What is this? Oh. Oh, and what is this? Is this mortars? What the fudge? This character's crazy. Wait, Spades was streaming today? Reduce the cooldown of 836 tactical grenades by 4 seconds. Temporary overhaul. Yeah, sure. No. You guys are lying to me. What? This character's crazy. So this guy's a DPS. Oh, yesterday? I see. Alright, cool. Well, I'm gonna try out, what's his name? Bastion, then? Are you gonna steal my Bastion? Oh, shit! Oh, well, someone's gonna have to, I want to pick a character that I have at least some knowledge of playing. Wait, can I not pick one of these characters? No, you're on tank? I'm on tank? Okay, so do I get my character then? Because I could play Diva. Do I have to? I don't know how this game mode works. Try Diva? Oh, I don't like Diva though. Well, if no one else is playing Arisa, I want to play Arisa.
Only in unity we find strength.
Good thing I have both.
Try Domina. I'm like Domina. Wait, I can't pick yet. I think I have to pick after this game. When you pick a role, is what you're stuck with. Oh, I don't remember picking a role. Sorry. Sorry. I don't remember picking one.
Better get going.
Is this Bastion?
4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Oh no, they have a Ligma, Sigma, Suckama, Bitchama. Whoever's healing me is gonna get the biggest Glizzy 99,000. I love that the last week has been me stressing morning barrels and push Sunday explosive, mid-maxing, Rex, expecting everyone tactical, losing capitalizing, all cultivate the drunk shadow heart, jogging into rats. Wait, what?
Still lead forward.
Wait, what? For the end game? Look at you run. Why do you run like that? Why do you run like that? What is this hijack thing? What does that mean? What does that mean? Oh, thank God. Oh, good. Whoever is healing me is gonna get the Gluck Gluck 9,000. Do you guys mind? Gluck Gluck 9,000. Holy Gluck Gluck you guys are getting. You're so annoying! What's hijacking me? What does that mean? Oh, so close. Try not to shoot at Sigma when he's holding his black hole. Okay. Wait, what's this black hole? Because when I was playing Sigma, I don't remember a black hole. What's a black hole? Good night, Dragon! Everyone say good night, Dragon! Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for the resub earlier, too. Dragon, dog, or cat? I'll have to do it at the end of stream. Wait, but when I was playing Sigma, I don't remember that move. What move is that? Well, I guess like their entire team was there. Yeah, I didn't have anyone behind. I could have swore it was left shift.
Stop the payload.
I don't remember what that one was. Okay, Dragon, sounds good. Yeah, I didn't have that move when I was playing him.
Two.
Eclipse, thank you so much for the Prime for 51 months with the fudgies. Enjoy your 90. No, Tim. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view and ads, you sub badge. Yeah, where's that move? Eclipse, thank you for the forehead kissing. Thank you so much for the resub for 51 months. Any W resubs in chat? Guys, that was 51 months. Eclipse, I hope you're doing so good. Why am I in a movie theater? Hello? They came from beyond the moon. They're giving, oh god, what are their names from The Simpsons? Those two aliens from The Simpsons, what were their names? Oh god, I don't remember their names at all. What were they? Kang? It's like Kang and something. Kang and something. Oh shit, sorry, I was not looking. Sorry, I was reading chat, Like, is that Kang and Kong maybe? I don't remember. Damn. Are you attention alright? How are you doing? Oh, really? Okay. I was trying that when I first started playing her. And then I started doing full power. But I'll go back to trying. Oh, he's got a cool skin. Oh, is this the bitch that was hurting me? No way! Except me too. I got some Pokemon ones. What kind of types did you get? Did you post in the Discord? I want to see. Yo, GG's. GG's. Is that our LG? That was a fast LG. Damn. Well, thanks for playing, guys. How many drops do I have? I think I have 2 more drops to do. View rewards, drops. Mr. Growl. This is my Rootsy song. Mr. Growly. Derpy, thank you for a daily dose of dickies! Derpy, what the heck, eh? Mwah. Thank you for the 4 against. Oh! I only need 2 more hours of Overwatch. And then I'll get my Season 2 epic loot box. Derpy, I saw you were on Overwatch. I hope you had so much fun. Were you streaming? Thanks, my daily dose of dickies! Yes. Yeah, sure. Oh my god. Everyone say hi, Derpy. Hi, Eclipse, which both have blue names. Both have VIPs, and both have very similar names to look at. Are you kidding me, Bravo? Thank you for playing with me. I want to play more if you'd like. Streaming for 2 more hours. And rainbow badges. Exactly. One has the rainbow bit badge, and one has the rainbow Tachanka badge. Oh, that's awesome. I hope you guys had the best time, Derpy. Did you just get done streaming? I'm about to end stream myself because I am so sleepy. Ooh. Ooh. I'm so sleepy. Snooze is sad. I love you. I love you more. So it's such a good stream today. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Derpy. Yeah, I didn't realize what the time was. Also, Temporal. Sorry that we only got to play for one game. We'll play more. I just didn't realize how late it was. Because I got to play at least like two more hours, right? And then Exhibition 33. Oh yeah, and then we gotta get a treat for Boo. Good morning. Oh, it's so cute. Yes, of course, Elder. We would love to have you. Did you play OG Overwatch? I did on Saturday. I didn't really like that playlist, though. Discord invite. I got you. Mr. Crowley. Okay. I'm gonna send you an invite. Right now. Did you really, Tempora? What did you get? I'm gonna send you a whisper. Right meow. Let me know if that link works. Yeah, he likes to eat his treats in the other bed, but he'll sleep in this one. It's so cute. Have a good night, Dragon. Good evening, Val. Good evening. Yeah, thank you so much for all the raids, the follows, the lurkies, the turkeys, the subbies, the wubbies, the titties, the bitties. And thank you very much for my mods, everything they do in stream and off stream. Don't forget about the G Fuel BOGO. We're gonna raid our homie. Oh my god, he's been streaming for almost 12 hours. We should do it though. You know. Give him a little like love bump. Is that a weird thing to say? Give him a little love bump for the big heckin' long stream. What do you guys think? We're gonna raid Zombie Magic. Doing some DBD 2v8. Streaming for almost 12 hours. Isn't that insane? It's a big old stream. And the Ghostface, no way! Ah! Toto, hope you have the best night ever! Oh, you guys are so sweet. Guys, give lots of love to Zombie. Zombie is literally such a fudging homie. He is so hot, so tall, so talented, so handsome. I got him in a TwitchCon last year. Very tall. Like, literally tall. Tall boy! And, he has a wonderful voice, too, so I'm sure you guys will love hanging out with him. Can confirm! Derpy also tall boy. Thank you so much. Thank you for everyone who played with me too. I had so much fun. I wish I'd keep playing, but I am physically and mentally exhausted. I love you, Moist Rootsy. Maybe I'll actually answer some messages tonight. We'll see. Yeah, we're gonna send love for Zombie Magic. Zombie Magic is so awesome. But I can't tell you guys, thank you so much for all the love. All of the Hemkin love. Also, thank you for the shoes. Thank you for the subs, the bits, the titties, the witties, the subbies, the wubbies. And, yeah, because I hope you have the best night ever. Thank you guys so much. Boo, say goodbye. Okay. Oh, big stretch. Jasper, do you want to say goodbye? Okay. Good talk, Jasper. I love you guys. I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Have the best night. I love you. Bye-bye.
The pattern swirls before you, runes hacked crudely into his flesh. You can't read it, but you recognize the letters. Infernal. The language of the hells.
Thank you guys so much for starting.